Hello, I am Gregory the Poor Typist, and welcome to Hangin with the Poor Typist. Yes. So this is the very unformatted, just hangout session, talking about typewriters, that sort of thing. Feel free to join us at typepals.com. Specifically, you can find this event under typepals.com/events, and as well as upcoming events as well. So, yes. So let's see, get the chat open, and yes, very, very unformatted. Yes. All right. And we do have Roger joining us. Let me add him and then disable the waiting room so people can come on in. Yeah. And you can't really see it, and I apologize, I'm silhouetted here. But this is my Hermes rocket from 1949. I assume it's branded rocket. For all I know, it could be branded baby, but here in the US, I think it's more likely to be a rocket. And my question comes up because the Hermes decal is visible, but rocket or baby is completely rubbed off. So yeah. Roger, how are you? Are you there? Hello. Maybe he's not there yet. Or do I have my sound on? Oh yeah. Okay, I hear him now.
Yeah, I
there you
forgot to
are.
turn on my headset.
Oh, okay.
I saw you talking and there was no sound.
Oh
no. So I took off my headset from the computer
Ah,
and you immediately started talking to my, how you call it, the music speakers.
oh,
So then I knew it was my headset.
okay.
So
Yeah. It's okay. You didn't miss much anyway. But yes,
just
go ahead.
just you talking, introduction.
Yeah. Just the introduction. I am typing with my Hermes rocket from 1959. Yeah. So I mean, I haven't typed much so far. Just hanging with the Poor Typist and the date and Hermes rocket 1949.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see what comes out. I don't really do anything with these anyway, but it's just to have something to do, like if there's downtime or if other people are chatting. And
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you can see in this room, we have these big bright windows. So I'm pretty much silhouetted. I have some lights pointed on me, but it's not really helping.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to use the right lighting when you want to type.
Yeah. Well, I can definitely see the page well, but it's not good for my webcam though.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. What's good for typing isn't always good for the computer.
Exactly. Yes.
Or you have to go really, how you say it, expert, professional.
Yes. Yeah,
Invest a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. With all the lighting and
makeup.
Yeah. My wife could help me with that.
I'm sure she could. Maybe she wants to too.
Yeah, although she's a different skin tone than me, so she's Hispanic. So, I mean, she's light, but I'm much lighter than her.
Can you repeat what you said? She's a different skin tone.
A different skin tone, yes. So yeah, different skin color because she's Hispanic.
That was. I thought you said something like that, but I didn't catch it.
Okay. Yeah, she's Hispanic, but she's very light skinned.
Yeah.
I think her family ultimately comes from Spain. So
yeah. Well, the thing is, I have a friend, and his ex-wife, she was from Spain well, her mother was from Spain, so it's not that far apart, Belgium and Spain, but
Ah,
she was a darker skin tone too.
okay.
So,
Yeah.
well, but that's well not a big deal, but it's what makes us different. It's the
Exactly.
same as
Yeah.
having black hair, brown hair, reds, white.
Or gray hair.
No, that's another thing.
I know, right?
I wish I had gray hair, but mine just went down south to a friendlier place to live, just as my chest did.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I still basically have a full head of hair, but it turned, it started turning gray, when I was in my early 30s, I think.
Yeah,
And, I'm almost 20 years on from there. So,
yeah, yeah. And still not balding. A
no,
little bit at the sides.
no, no.
No, I mean, up in the sides. Like if you move your hands from the front of your on the side of your head, your temples, then
Oh,
way up over. Yeah, there.
yeah, like there.
Yeah,
Well, see, in my family, we have well, my maternal grandmother,
yeah,
her maiden name was Rickard,
mm, yeah,
and they have a family trait where I forget what they call these. There's a
yeah.
name for
I
them.
don't know the English name for it, so
Yeah, but
uh,
we're basically born with those, but
yeah,
it's probably progressed a little bit since then.
yeah. It mostly does. It's just very few that don't have it. But with
Exactly,
me, it
yeah.
started in my early 20s, maybe
Oh
late
yeah.
teens. And
Okay.
I didn't notice it except when I was about 18. I could comb my hair backwards like the rockers, the
Yeah,
big
yeah,
hairdo.
yeah.
So and one time I was having that, my hair came down to my nose, the front hair. So I put it all back with Brill cream and brilliantine. So I was out at an amusement park and I got wet, and the hair going down to my nose was okay, but then you saw how big those things were. So I said, well, that's it. I'm getting bald. So since
Oh,
then, it was uh, quarters of an inch,
uh,
my hair. So three
yeah,
millimeters.
yeah,
So, and it went deeper and deeper, and then you got a bald spot at the back, and then they got together, and then the small patch in the front was gone.
yeah,
So,
yeah. Yeah, I feel actually feel very fortunate. I kind of laugh at my brothers because they make fun of me for having such gray hair,
yeah,
and and I say, well, at least I have a full head of hair because all my
ex-
brothers, even my youngest brother,
yeah,
are balding. So I feel very
you're the
fortunate.
lucky one.
Yeah. Yeah. So, what have you been typing lately? Anything interesting?
Nothing.
Nothing? Okay.
Uh, I did receive one letter from Typel, but I didn't even finish the letter I was writing last week. So it's been two
Oh.
weeks since I started it, and I just can't finish. Well,
Oh.
it's in draft, it completed, but I just have to put it on the nice paper, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
hope it works again next week, but we'll see.
Okay.
So I'm not just doing it. And I also spent a weekend at the seaside. So got back early to watch this.
Excellent. Excellent.
And then tomorrow starting work again.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not so nice.
I know, but we have to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Make
I
money
just
to buy typewriters,
yes.
fountain pens, tools.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I just wish it didn't take so much time. Like it takes me about a half hour to get to work. So
Yeah,
that's another hour out of my day, as well as the 8 hours of work plus
Yeah.
an hour lunch in the meantime, and I can't really
Yeah.
come home for that. So
Well, 10 years ago, the General Motors plant, 12 years ago, the General Motors plant closed. And then I was out of work for 2 years because they,
oh
they kept paying me for a while. That was a government law they made because there were so many layoffs. It's like 10,000 people that got laid off. And they said, well, you have to, at least for a year, get things done. And then
yeah.
10 years ago, I went to a high school reunion, and the headmaster asked me if I wanted to work there. It was one of my old teachers, so I worked there. Now that's 1 mile, not yet, from my house. So I'm there in 5 minutes, and I can get home during lunch.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's a good thing. Sad thing is, another good thing is lots of vacation, all school holidays.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, yeah. Well, now I'm actually unemployed, but that's not too bad. But the thing
Okay.
is, the money's gone. General
I
Motors
know.
was a good paying. We'd had to do work shifts, but well, I miss the money sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah.
I just now, after working 10 years, get the same amount of money I had 10 years ago when I finished there.
Oh,
So it took me 10 years to get back to my original pay, but now everything's more expensive.
I know. Yeah.
And
Wow.
I don't mean this last 2 years, but I mean just
Oh yeah.
everything, inflation or how they call it.
Yeah. Inflation. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Wow.
So,
I see
and
Daniel has joined us.
yeah,
He's hard at
but
work.
he's typing.
Yeah.
So how you been doing?
Good. Good. Yeah. Yeah, we're preparing for kittens basically. So we're cat proofing the house
Oh, nice.
and assembling, cat towers and various other things. And
That they won't use.
well, yeah,
Keep the boxes.
I know, right? I think they'll use them. They where they're living now, they use the small ones that they have.
Yeah.
So yeah, but we'll see.
Good luck.
See.
And show us.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. In fact, I'm not really nervous, but I'm wondering, like, when I'm doing these live streams, like, are they gonna be like walking all over the computer and
Yeah. Jumping on the typewriters.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's really warm here today. Oh my goodness. Whew.
Yeah. We just had one lesser weekend. So just this weekend we will go to the sea. The weather was less good.
Ah,
So too bad.
yeah. Yeah. Hey Daniel, how are you?
Bien, bien. ¿Y usted? ¿Cómo está?
Muy bien.
Excelente.
Yes,
So,
I'm learning Spanish, so
and so you're self-learning. It's a course where you have a teacher, or do you only work with software online, or how does it work?
I'm using an app. It's called Duolingo, and it's pretty good. The free version is essentially full featured. They play the occasional ad, but it's pretty amazing. So yeah, but it's slow going. I only do like 5 or 10 minutes a day because I want to, I don't want to overwhelm myself. So
Hmm. Well, yeah, I took like formal classes with the teacher,
Yeah.
and that was an hour per week.
Okay.
And but there was like 4 to 6 students per class, so we didn't always talk. So
Yeah.
we talked in turn, but she talked, so we listened to
Yeah.
her. So
Yeah.
that yeah,
Yeah.
and it was
And
straight to Spanish from the first class. Like
okay.
we never anything but Spanish.
Yeah. Yeah. Immersion. Yeah.
Immersion. Yeah.
My wife is using the same app, but she's learning French. So
Aha. You can tell her that if she needs any tips or little things, that she can contact me. I'll
yeah,
gladly help with that.
excellent. Actually, you know what? I might get in touch with you to write her a letter in French. I think she would love that, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. I would love to do that.
Okay, cool. Because
Yeah.
yeah, I think that would be a good learning experience for her because she's really excited about it, and ultimately we do want to go to France. So yeah, she would definitely love that. So I'll get in contact with you about that.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah,
And I'll gladly do it with pleasure.
that would be awesome. Awesome. And it'll give you a chance to use your French keyboard.
Yes, exactly. That's kind of why that's why I wanted to have those bilingual keyboards, is to be able to write in both languages. But you know what? I'm missing a Spanish. I really am missing a Spanish keyboard or a Spanish typewriter.
Yeah.
And so I've been looking locally, but they don't come up. And I don't want to do the shipping things. I just think
Yeah.
it's unless it would be like a typewriter shop would have one for sale.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yep.
then they know how to pack them.
Yeah.
But any other things, like so many horrors. I've written recently on the Facebook page of collectors that it appears to me that the biggest destroyer of typewriters right now is shipping by people that don't care.
Oh
It's
yeah.
worse than key cutters, or it's worse than anything that people ever did to collect parts for typewriters, to do sculptures or anything like that.
Yeah.
We hear all the time typewriters that are being damaged, and you need another typewriter to repair it. So it's reducing the number of typewriters out there tremendously because of bad packaging.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
And so I came up with that recently, and I think it's something to expand on, because the not everybody cares, and the counterpart to that is not all buyers want to pay what it would cost to properly pay somebody their time and expenses to package a typewriter. So if your typewriter shop, your prices are there, and they will say, sometimes shipping included, or they have a shipping fee, but and I guess they do it often enough that they get better at it faster, but still it's an expense of time, and you're usually paying people. It's more expensive to pay time than bubble wrap. So it's
Yeah.
not a question of the expense of bubble wrap and boxes, although that can amount to about maybe $10 of out-of-pocket expenses. But it's mostly the time the person needs to take to do it correctly.
Yeah.
And so there's both sides. There's people looking for a good deal and not willing to compensate for good packaging.
Yeah.
And then those places that have employees that haven't been trained in properly packaging, or don't care. But mostly I would say not training, or no awareness of the problems with the carelessness in packaging typewriters, especially. So a mechanical device that is so sensitive to damage.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's a big thing. I don't know. I don't want to make a big. I don't want to make people feel guilty. But I think it's awareness that needs to be brought up about like all these online sources for typewriters. They're great. Like you can have more access, have access to typewriters that otherwise in certain areas you wouldn't have access to. But the shipping needs to be done better, or else we're destroying, or like the community is destroying a lot of typewriters by bad shipping. And,
Exactly.
it takes a lot of time to repair, and if sometimes you need the parts and you can't find them. So
yeah, I will say, just in the time that I've been collecting, Shop Goodwill has progressively gotten better at shipping the typewriters. In the beginning, it was very, very common for the typewriter to be very loosely packed in the box and not enough padding in there. And now they typically wrap it very, very tightly. And in fact, sometimes it takes a while to get all the wrapping off. So they've definitely improved, but again, that's not 100%. So you're still getting those casualties. So yeah.
It's a good point that you make, Gregory. I think that in the early days, and I wasn't part of the early days, but what I'm hearing is typewriters were extremely cheap at Goodwill, like $5, $6, $10, and therefore you didn't make a lot of money out of that. But now that they're listing them at $80 or $60, like they realize that there's a value there. So, if somebody pays something $5 and you get it damaged, oh well, it's only $5. That's maybe the mentality, right? But if it's worth 60, if you're going to pay 60 or 65, 75 or more, and then it starts being something, So maybe that's why they're also learning, but there's a bigger value to the item shipped, and therefore they put more care into it.
Definitely.
So that could be true.
Yeah.
Still, we see like so many examples still on the Facebook page of people receiving damaged typewriters. It's I just think it's sad. But anyway, that's my rant. Well, it's not a rant so much as I think I want to do something positive about that. Is maybe raise the awareness so that things are done a little bit better to save the typewriters.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I can't help but think of when I was very, very briefly getting into 78 records, and I ordered one on eBay. It was probably eBay, and it arrived shattered, and I was like, this is really sad because these are not being made anymore, and oftentimes the music on those isn't even being put out anymore because it's not really a style that a lot of people are into anymore. So it was pretty devastating. I was like, I shouldn't do this. Yeah. So
I've had one typewriter shipped to me from somebody that said they knew how to do it, and it still arrived, with something that was off because the box was dropped. So all my other typewriters I've sourced locally. So that's kind of like but maybe I'm lucky because I live in a big city, and in a big city there's more typewriters. So I think that's a big difference.
Yeah, that would definitely help. The few typewriters we have here, I mean, we're I guess what's the population here? I want to say 300,000, but that something like that.
It is a big city.
Yeah, there you go. Compared to you,
52,000 in Harrisonburg, and my town in Bradford has 1,200.
Wow. Yeah, so we're a pretty big city, but but still, the selection just isn't there here. It isn't there here, but yeah. At the same time, we're not that far from Los Angeles, and other major
Yeah.
cities. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's doable.
Some small areas, though, have lack of competition.
That is very true.
Like
That
I
is
told you
very-
about the SM7, nobody else is picking it up.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, I've been finding a lot of typewriters here lately, but I've actually kind of started to slow down with my collecting because now I'm just getting kind of more picky with the ones that I get.
Yeah.
But to go along with what Daniel was saying about shipping, I've only had 2 typewriters shipped to me before, but both of them have arrived fine. The first one was from that Olympia SM9 that I unboxed live that I bought on eBay, and it wasn't packaged super carefully, but I guess I got lucky because everything arrived perfectly fine. And then the second typewriter that I actually got from Care, who helped me acquire this Hermes 3000. So
Ooh.
she did a really good job packing it up, and everything arrived perfectly.
So is that recent, Eric?
Yeah,
that
so I just
Oh yeah, because Care, she went online to ask advice about packing a 3000.
yeah, and she did a great job.
Wow.
It arrived perfectly, and I got it cleaned up. It took me about a half a bottle of Simple Green, but everything cleaned up fine, and it's in great shape.
And this was your first time using one, right?
Yep.
And how do you like it? That's
It's
beautiful.
great. The platen is really hard, but even for how hard it is, it still types really quiet.
Yeah.
Surprising.
Mine too.
But I'll definitely send out the platen to JJ Short at some point. I just got to figure out how to get it out of there.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not too complicated.
Yeah.
No, it's relatively easy on the 3000.
Okay.
I mean, Smith Coronas are really easy, and the Olympias are also easy, but the 3000, there's some. I think there's a couple of videos on YouTube that for the 3000.
Okay.
So it should be fine, because on mine I did remove it quite easily. So, and it's been a while since I removed it, so I'm trying to remember, like, no, but there wasn't anything like too difficult there. Yeah. One thing to pay attention is, those plexiglass card holders or paper protectors with the lines that, so when you remove and when you put it back in, you just have to be mindful to not knock them off or like break them doing that. So that's a big that's a point to pay attention to.
Yeah, but I'm super happy with it. Everything works perfectly. That little red ribbon in the paper bale that moves, like that's all working, and yeah, I couldn't be happier.
Nice.
Eric?
Yep.
Eric, but when you're working with your Hermes 3000, be careful, because there are some screws are left wound. I would really recommend the repair Bible for this machine. I tried to remove the carriage of mine, and I was wondering why is the screw so heavy, and luckily I didn't break it. And and then I got the manual for repairing, and then I figured out one of the screws to remove the carriage is left wound. So take care of this.
Yes, but Robert, there's an arrow. There's actually an arrow next to it to indicate what direction to turn.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, I learned this later, but I really thought the screw was stuck or jammed or something. because my machine was jammed. The case was closed, and it was had many traces of hard, brutal force. Someone tried to open it with a screwdriver, and so I thought, okay, maybe the screw was bent or something. But luckily, I found it out. It's left wound, or I don't know the English word for how the screw turns otherwise. Left-handed. Yeah, okay. Yeah, left-handed. And so everything worked fine, and I could repair it. But really, don't make my mistake, Eric, and take care for this point.
Yeah.
But
Now, is that on the carriage, or would that be to remove the platen too?
The carriage. That's to remove the carriage.
Okay, yeah, because I just want to remove the platen.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, but it's quite easy to remove the carriage. It's not difficult when you know how to.
Yeah. Excellent.
Well, it's a great machine, and congratulations. Welcome to the club of the Hermes 3000 owners.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I was honestly, I wasn't sure if I would ever actually get one because I don't know, it just seemed like the prices are kind of ridiculous, and
Yes.
I was worried about shipping it, and Kara said that she knew how to ship a typewriter, and so it was only going I mean, cross country is still far, but it's still I feel like it's a little less troublesome than maybe getting it overseas. I feel like less airplanes for it to have to get thrown in. So
yeah, exactly.
but
I
yeah,
don't know.
I'm happy to have it.
That. Yeah.
No?
Yeah. One airplane from the West Coast to the East Coast. Yeah. And then one airplane from wherever in Germany or Switzerland to the US. But the rest is trucking, I think, and handling.
Yeah.
But I'm so glad that you like it. Myself, I have one, and when I got it, it didn't work, and I made it work. I fixed it. But I'm surprised that I still prefer my Olympia SM9 or Olympia, my Olympias in general, to the Hermes 3000 that I have. All the qualities of the Hermes is still there. I'm not taking anything away, but for me, my SM9 just performs flawlessly. So, really
well, I think the Hermes 3000 is same as with guitars. Some guitars you are using for fast playing, and there, for example, I think an Olympia or an Adler is better. I like the Hermes more for, I would say, a meditational writing. It's a bit more smooth in typing. It's not so snappy like a Torpedo or an Adler or Olympia. If I have my thoughts are floating, then I really prefer a faster machine. But I'm just thinking about writing a bit more, like doing a little walk. Then I like the Hermes 3000 very much because it's not such a fast machine. It doesn't hesitate me. Otherwise than an Olympia, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
I like both.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was gonna say I like both my Olympia SM9 and the Hermes 3000 probably about the same, but for different reasons. They're just both different experiences, but I feel like they both work just as well. Like I like the snappy feel of the Olympia SM9. I like the way that the keys on the Hermes 3000 feel, and just how it's kind of hard to describe what it feels like to type on it. It's I guess it's almost like there's a little bit more feedback. Like when you type on the Olympia SM9, it's like it's like you press the key and it's just nothing. Like typing on it is like nothing. But with the Hermes, there's a little bit more feedback. Does that make sense? Like like you feel it more in your fingers. Like there's more of a connection to the machine.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true. So if you want to type slowly,
yeah, it definitely has a unique feel to it. Definitely. Yeah.
And I was really surprised because I got a Hermes 2000 too, and they're totally different machines. The Hermes 2000 with round plastic keys, you type and you really feel how exactly what the type bar does. And with the Hermes 3000, you feel that there is something in between, working between your fingers and your and the type bar. Not bad, but different, totally different. It's
Yeah. I do want to say a quick hi to Russell, since we don't often get to see him. So how are you, Russell?
Hey guys, yeah, I'm good. I just wanted to come in and say hello and tell you that I really enjoy your these little chats.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I bought myself a Remington Quiet Writer yesterday. So my collection's slowly increasing. People here at work think I'm nuts, but that's okay. It's just it's 2:30 in the morning. I'm on night shift at the moment, and yeah, I thought, well, this is an opportunity just to say hi, guys, and yeah, I really enjoy listening.
Yeah, thank you. How many typewriters do you have?
I've got 28 now.
Okay. That's respectable.
Yeah. So yeah, I've only been collecting for about maybe 6 months, 7 months.
Oh wow!
But,
okay.
Yeah, but I'm really fascinated with them, and I just love the feel of them. Some of the ones that I bought maybe not so good, especially when I started. I just was buying anything, but yeah, now I'm starting to become a little bit more fussy, I guess, about keeping my eye out for the Hermes. Yeah, I think you guys overseas, maybe the climate's a lot better and your machines are a lot better conditioned, but maybe out here in Australia, a lot of them are really battered and rusty, and yeah, so they're hard to find, but I just keep on looking.
Yeah. Excellent.
All right. Anyway, I thought I'd just pop in for 5 minutes. I've got to get back to work, and just wanted to say hi and let you know that I really enjoy, and I'll listen to the meetings once they've been uploaded to YouTube.
Yeah, very cool. Well, thank you so much, and it's great seeing you.
Yeah, it's great seeing you guys too.
Excellent.
All right. See ya.
You take care.
All right. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Very cool. And let's see. Anthony, how are you doing?
Hi, Greg. And a different view of you today.
I know. I'm going for like the silhouette look, I guess. Well, I'm sitting on my comfy couch, and it's not the best view, but it's comfortable.
It's good to see you from a different angle with the typewriter there as well, you know?
Yes, my Hermes rocket from 1949. So
wow, nice.
I love it.
Well, that last gentleman, I was just about to say, but I didn't get the chance. You can consider this an addiction support group anytime, you know? 6 months and 25 typewriters. I think he has a problem.
Oh my goodness.
An opportunity.
I thought he was going to say a year or two, and then he said 6 months. I was like, oh my goodness.
Fantastic. Yeah, brilliant.
That's like what, 5 a month or something like that?
I'm trying to choose which color paper I'm going to use today.
Oh.
I've got an array of different colors.
Yeah. Do you do it based on mood or just whatever you grab, or?
I just like the variety.
Yeah.
But isn't it a rainbow of colors, Anthony? Isn't it a rainbow of colors?
It's more than that. Like, you know, there's more than 7 colors, you know, in this.
Oh, I see. So it's more the.
Yeah, I have everything from sort of salmon pink to cream to, you know, I've about 3 or 4 different shades of blue. So yeah, I just like the variety. So when I return to my folders, that it's not just all white paper, you know, it's colorful.
That's nice. Yeah.
Just like it.
And I see Christoph. Christoph is walking around. And how are you, Christoph?
Hello, I'm fine, and you?
Good, good. I'm sorry we didn't get to talk to you last time.
Sorry?
I'm sorry we didn't get to speak to you last time.
Oh, no problem. I like to hear people stories. That's no
Okay.
problem. But yesterday I went to professional market.
Oh.
And I met the guy who I booked him my first typewriter, and 3 years ago. And now he picked up 80 typewriters. Yeah, he got now 80 typewriters for sale.
Wow.
Perhaps some IBM. I will see. I will check his collection, his sales in September. But I met another guy who I booked him many typewriters, and he got 2 Valentines. And he will sell me the Valentines for 60 each.
Oh wow.
And I will have 3 red Valentines.
Oh my goodness.
So I will see it. Yeah, I will see it in September, because he will open a new shop, and I think I will purchase his Valentines. But he got more than 150, if I remember, typewriters for sale.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
He got an entire rack of typewriters. It's absolutely insane.
I bet. It sounds like it.
Hopefully, I don't have money. Wow. And, I will check next month for the Valentines. I think I will buy it, but I will check for if he had some interesting pieces. For now, I have to wait till next month.
Yeah.
So the question is, Christoph, how, like, what did he do, or where did he source so many typewriters at once?
One of the guys picked up 400 typewriters for a dead guy, a dead collector.
Oh.
And the other guy 80 typewriters for a retired guy. He would move to a new home, and he sell off his collection. And he got some I saw 2 Underwoods, I saw Royal, I saw an Oliver 6, but not in good condition. And he got many others typewriters. So
Wow.
my bank will not be happy, but no, I will be I will not purchase a lot of, but I'm just interested into Valentines. I found an Oliver 6 for 75 on in a web market in the internet. I'm always asking if I or if I don't know. But first the Valentines, and after I will see if I want new machines.
Very cool. Excellent. Yeah, you're gonna have to work hard to refrain yourself from buying too many typewriters.
I just want to complete. I don't want to have 100, 200. I just want to have the coolest collection I could have with various years, various brands. I think I have a good one from the 20s to the 80s, and I think 20 machines will be cool, and 20 working machines, and I will fix it to 20, between 15 and 20. I will fix it and then continue to write to people. I don't need 60, 80 or like a lot of people, but because I don't have place and money.
Yeah.
And no needs to have a lot of, just very interesting collection with interesting pieces, interesting machines. I think the IBM will be the next. It's a good machine. I already have the Hermes. It's a good machine. I already have Remington. I love Remington brand. And yeah, it's next. I have to buy a new shelf, and that's all. I will stop it to for the moment.
Yeah. Excellent. Of course, if you build another shelf, that's going to give you a lot more room. So
no, I have the place. I just have to buy the furniture and to buy all to build. I have a very good place to build one, and I want to mix typewriters, books, and if I could new Legos.
Well, that sounds good. I like the idea of mixing books and typewriters on the shelves. So very good.
Yeah, and I had a letter from a Bill Guthrie. Yeah. And he sent me a letter with a sort of paper. I didn't know what paper okay. Where is the letter? I lost his letter, and so I had a lot of difficulties to find the letter he used. Okay, it's so I cut I cut a little part. Wait, I cut a little part of his letter, and I found I found the paper, and it's 180 grams paper. Because I can't choose. Sorry, music up. I can choose A4 or print paper with my with this one. I have to find more. I don't know how to say, more solid paper for this one, because the pad is too much powerful, and it makes holes.
Oh yeah.
And now I found the paper. It's I don't know how to traduce, but it's more more solid than A4 print, standard print paper.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, you can use 2 sheets as well, and that'll help a little bit.
Sorry?
You can use 2 sheets, so you can have like a backing sheet as well. To that'll help a little bit.
I will see.
So, Christophe, do you put 2 sheets together when you type?
Yeah. Yes, but all my typewriters are working well. But no, but this one with 2 sheets makes all on the first.
Okay.
I can't use print paper with this. It's impossible.
And with all the keys or just a few keys? Just a period?
All the keys.
Comma?
All the keys.
Oh wow.
Keys.
Yeah.
The O and the I, if I remember. The O, the O, and the I letter, but it's strong.
Okay.
So Christophe.
Yes.
Bill gets paper done by a company that makes stationery for people, for companies. So he goes to those printers companies that prepare letterhead for businesses, and that's how he gets such a heavy paper.
Yeah, his paper is very great, and
so you can maybe look for printers where you are that offer the service of making letterhead paper like his, with your logo and your name on the top.
Yeah. Well, for the moment, I don't need it, and I'm not. I let this for professionals. I'm not a professional, but I just need the paper for this Remington.
Okay. So go to a store and buy paper that is used for printing curriculum vitae.
Yeah. This paper is paper for in French faire part.
Yeah, and that's not thick enough. That's not thick enough. No. So curriculum vitae, that's going to be thicker.
Probably more like 120 GSM or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Because I think the one he showed us, it looked like it was 100 GSM.
It did look like 100 grams.
Yeah. So it was probably at least 120 would be better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will test.
And that's why I talked about. I told him resume paper. So.
Okay.
I have to write two more letters. I will test my new paper with this evening. I will see if it's good or not.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's all. Let's see next month if I purchase the Valentine.
You know you will.
It's a surprise. It will be a big surprise. I hope, but if I look at his stock, I will be mad or crazy.
I bet you're gonna have them all lined up for us.
I don't remember if I show you this one in very, very bad condition.
We don't see your picture right now.
You don't see?
No.
Yeah, sorry. Wait a minute. What I do? Oh, no. Oh, okay.
There we go.
Sorry. In very, 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 very bad
Ooh.
condition.
Oh boy.
I don't know how to restore it.
Woo.
It's very rusty.
Yeah. I'm sure it could be done, but that's going to be some work.
Wire brush.
Wire brush.
Une brosse.
Yeah.
Metallic brush, no?
Oui. Oui.
Yeah.
And of course,
the mage, the mage don't work.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the carriage works, if I remember. Where are you? Where are you? No, it don't work.
Oh.
So.
Well, it's a project.
No, is it not locked, Christophe? Is it locked right now, the carriage?
It's not locked. Okay, yeah. Wow, it's roof.
Oh boy. Run away, run away.
Okay, so no, it's too much work for me.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and we'll look forward to seeing those Valentines hopefully next month. So
yeah, I will check it very soon. I think at the beginning of the month of September. I will see. I will contact the guy and the other guy with the IBM.
Nice. Yeah. Well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Robert, how are you doing?
Hey, hello together. I hope my connection will stay stable as every
so
time.
So far, so good.
Yeah, it doesn't look so bad, and just was dropped out once in this session. Let's see and hope. I have two things to report. One thing just for you. Wait, you have an Hermes rocket 1949 in front of you?
Yes.
And wait a minute. And here's the sister.
Oh.
It's the same year of build, 1949. Nice. I like it very much. I like the round key. I don't know. I think we've been talking about the Hermes rocket or babies many times before.
Yeah.
I really think it's a huge difference between one Hermes rocket or baby to the other. So I have about now, I think by luck, 5 different Hermes babies. And some are really fine to work, others don't feel so well. This kind of Hermes rocket with the round keys I like more than the one with the block keys. It feels more direct to me, I think.
Yes, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. The other feels a bit wobbly or not so direct. It does not make what I want. But now I found one which was, I think, built in Brazil, a very new one of the last. I have it now here, and maybe next time I can present it. Very low price. It was sold under the name Hermes Baby, but it has nothing to do with the Hermes Baby as we know it. But it's quite a nice portable, but not to compare with the ones from the 40s or 50s, I think. But this was only just to greet your 49 Hermes. What did I else have? I had another good luck. I don't know. Just turn it around again. I found this. I don't know. You say file for it, doesn't you? And it is full of this.
Oh.
And it is an old German, very thin paper. It's 30 gram per square meter.
Oh, wow.
And this was normally used for carbon copies. So if you have
Yeah.
to write one original and maybe 3 or 4 carbon copies, this was the paper to use it. Wait, no, I have no English word here. Durchschlagspapier or papier pelure. Maybe the French-speaking persons. I don't know the English word, maybe. But it's very thin. You see here. It's,
Onion paper.
Onion paper. Yeah, that's the word I was. Yeah, that's it. And now I got about 1,000 sheets of it.
Oh my goodness.
And they're really fine for airmail. So you can write 6, 7, 8 pages in an airmail, and you won't have any issues with the weight of your letter.
Oh wow, that's cool.
But the only thing is, when you write on it, maybe you should use a backing sheet for reading it, because it's really very shiny.
Oh
yeah. But it works perfect, and it writes perfect with it.
Nice.
And that's one thing new in my house. And the other thing new in my house is one of the most.
Robert,
yes,
Robert. So did it come in that binder, like that already punched with the holes punched and everything?
No, this was by the seller. It was on something like, I think it's a similar like your Craigslist. We have eBay Kleinanzeigen. There it was sold, and it was already in the file and punched. But that
already there and punched. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. But I found now someone who sells this paper in the original box where it was sold. And I think it was €3. I think it will be tomorrow or on Thursday here. Then I will have 2,000 sheets of this paper in my home to write as many papers as I want.
Oh, man.
Now that's a great price. You can't beat €3 for 1,000 pieces of paper.
Yeah, that's it. And as I said, you can put as many sheets as you want in an envelope. You won't get over 20 grams for airmail. That's great. So, and now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce something. As you might know, I love beautiful typewriters. And I was searching for one of the most beautiful typewriters, in my opinion. And now, yesterday it arrived, and it was really very friendly from the seller, because we made the trade before I went to holiday, and they stored it until I was back, and then they delivered it to me. So very patient and friendly. And now I have one of the typewriters I love really by design, and it types really fantastic. Ta-da-da-da!
Oh, excellent.
You know, okay, it's a Japanese machine. It's okay. There might be Olympias, Adlers, or whatever might be better, or what else. But this one is really sympathetic. I like it. I like just the design. It's like the 60s, roaring 60s or roaring 50s, whatever. I think it's 1968 built by serial number. And what one thing is really fine with it, you may listen to it. The platen is quite soft. It types really soft. It feels like a new machine. And just one little issue I found is this grommet here. It's a bit broken.
Oh yeah.
Quite okay, but I think that's no problem to replace.
Yeah.
And it has a fixed tabulator. Normally I don't like tabulators, but okay, why not? And really a fine machine. And what I found out is, wait, I just get the case. One-handed clothing of a typewriter. Really challenge. Now wait, and now here's the case. It looks quite like the Olivetti cases, and I think something happened here, because everything is blue inside.
Oh,
even the machine has some blue points here. I don't know if it's, as it came, it was on the false side in the case, but it happened nothing. And I think this black here was it's kind of repairing, as maybe the normal connection was already damaged or broken. But nevertheless, it's a great machine, and it's really light to carry. I haven't put it on the scale for weighting it. But as I picked it up the first time and took it in the hand, and I said, oh, it suits really fine in the backpack for mobile writing, what I like to do. And so one of the most beautiful typewriters, oh, okay, but it's a beautiful one and I love it. And it types great. And so welcome to my collection.
Yeah.
I'm glad you found it, because there's a lot of people that like Brother. Ted Monk is among those.
Oh yeah.
He's very, very much in love with those, and he came up even with some tricks on his blog. He has quite a number of pages of blog entries for Brother. But I see Christophe has a question.
Yes, what's this one? I saw it in your shop. I didn't purchase it. The Brother. So, but I don't know what Brother model it is.
Well, I can recommend Brother. It's my third Brother I have here. I have two others, but there's the same model. It's the Brother Deluxe 1305. This is looks with a kind of a wooden panel here, a bit newer than this one. And the Brother Deluxe 1305 has the automatic space here. So when you press the space bar down, it makes brrrr. This is also a funny feature. Maybe next time I can pick it up. And all of my three Brother machines, as they are about end of the 60s, beginning of the 70s, type really well, and they are all metal, no plastic. They're quite solid and well built, well enough for good writing. It's the same like the Silver Psycho or Nakajima machines, solid and good. Of course, not over-engineered like the Atlas or Olympias or whatever, but solid, good machines for. That's what I would like to say about them. And this one, I think, is really a beautiful machine too. It looks really like an old car. It's kind of solid plastic. The red sign here shows that it has a tabulator. The earlier models from, I think, 66 down to, I don't know when this started, I think 64, has a gray sign here and no tabulator.
Okay. Yeah, I love the look of that. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I think too. They remind me a bit on the Smith Corona. There's a Smith Corona which looks and where you can lift the hood up like this, but I don't know the name of it. As we are lacking here American typewriters here in Europe, as you know. Well, this would be, I've written something for you, even though if you want to read, the typeface is quite nice.
Oh yeah, very nice.
Just a new ribbon put in. It came from China by, and I don't know if you want to read this, but it's really nice to write. And I think, okay, I have now about 60 machines in my stock and have really started to slow down my collecting a bit, as I have so many typewriters which I really like to write on it, not only for display or just to say, oh, I have one. Quite difficult. But this, of course, is a keeper.
Definitely.
Nothing more to say. No, and I'm so happy that the connection stayed stable and I could tell you everything about I wanted to tell you. So I would like to give the microphone back to someone else. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Robert. That's definitely a very good find for you, and I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah, definitely. So see what the other friends have for surprises.
Chris, how are you? We can't hear you. No audio. You might have to select your audio source. If you go down to the mute and do the little arrow. Yeah. I'm sure you'll get it worked out. Yeah. I did have a Brother Charger 11, and that's the one that I gave to my niece, and I don't think she uses it much, but she enjoys having it. I think she likes that I gave it to her, and it's been a while since I've been over there, but the last time I was over there, I got to type on it a little bit again, and I was like, oh, I kind of miss it. Because they're good little machines, so definitely. And that was go ahead.
Little blue workhorses, I would like to say, and everything that makes sense. The touch selector really works when you put it on high. You have really a hard resistance on the keys, and when you go on low, it's really like typing with a PC. Really light touch, so perfect for touch typing. Fast but not too loud. The bell is a bit weak. Maybe I can tune it up a bit, but it's okay. Often I don't use the right margin because always it just distracts me during typing. But if I need a right margin, so the bell should be listen. If you want, because it's really a bit more calm right now, I can pick up the other brother for comparison if you want. Then I will be back in some minutes.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let's all take out our brother typewriters, and we'll be able to do a show and tell.
I'll have to go over to my nieces.
I don't have any.
Oh, you don't have any?
I'm gonna feel left out.
I know, huh?
Yeah, Anthony, you gotta grab them.
Oh, actually, the brother
They're
typewriters I have are thermal typewriters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say, usually they're cheaper.
Yes.
Which is great for a new collector.
Yes. Yeah, because I think they're less sought after than most typewriters. Although Ted Monk would probably call those people fools for missing out on brother typewriters. So yeah. So Anthony, do you never see brother typewriters in your area?
Oh, I do. I Russell actually made a very interesting point earlier on. I think Russell was in Australia, and he was talking about take the cans off. He was talking about that the condition of secondhand typewriters. That. In Ireland, I mean, on the advert sites I'm watching, I might be lucky if 1 or 2 secondhand typewriters appear every day. If you think about something like eBay or Goodwill or Etsy or whatever, in the States or in, say, more populated countries, you're probably getting a much greater array of choice. Yeah, there are Brother portables for sale. There's one, a Brother Deluxe 850 TR for €70. You see, the problem here in Ireland is that, and I think this is something we discussed before, a lot of people look at the typewriter model they're selling, they Google it or look at it on eBay and say, wow, hey, this is what it's worth. There's an Underwood 1937, I don't know what model that is, standard, for €350, where somebody's obviously gone on the internet and said, wow, this thing's worth €350, but it's not restored and it's not cleaned and it's not in great condition, and there's rust, and there's the drawband is detached, and the ribbon, one of the ribbon spools is missing, and so during the week I found an SG3 for sale, and the gentleman was initially looking for €200, but it was not restored and it was clearly dirty, and then he reduced the price to 150, and I said, I'll give you 50, and his terse reply was, the price is in the ad. And so I gave him a little bit of instruction. I just said, that typewriter is not worth €150 unless it's been professionally restored.
Exactly.
But that was the end of the conversation. He gave me the thumbs up, and that was the last I heard. So there is a little development here in that I happened to mention on Facebook in the past week that I use typewriters for my written work, and the local radio station rang me and said, "Would you bring a typewriter into the studio and talk about typewriters?" And I said, "Yeah, of course, I'd be glad to." And afterwards, because there was a little bit of feedback, I decided to set up a new Facebook group, which is called Typewriters Ireland, in the hope of just meeting and bringing together other typewriter enthusiasts in this country,
Exactly.
So with the possibility of eventually organizing some sort of type in and maybe sharing typewriters for sale and giving advice about what to buy and what not to buy, and where the restorers are, because there are only a couple of them in Ireland, people who actually professionally restore typewriters,
Yeah.
So yeah, I've gone and done that, and I think there are 20 members on that group. That was only set up like 3 or 4 days ago.
Oh, that's great then.
21 members, because it just struck me that there is a serious vacuum here. Obviously, I mean, I've seen all the lovely events that happen in the States in various parts, and you still have such thing as typewriter repair shops, and we don't have that. So I just thought it would be nice to kind of link up with others, and you never know what might come out of it, But there are brothers, there are plenty of brothers. But it's finding something that's either in very good condition or in restorable condition,
Exactly, yeah.
I don't like to see, especially the older, the pre-mid-century stuff. I don't like to see it rust and with parts hanging off, And I was talking to there was another typewriter that appeared the other day. So this is just an example of what we're up against, and it's a very small market, There was another SG3, which, the seller was looking for €50 for, and to be honest, it's dirty and the case is scratched and it's white. It's got the wide carriage. It's covered in dust, so needs a serious cleaning. And I probably would have said, if you let it go for 25, I'll take it, because I would be interested in cleaning it, and seeing. But one of the key tops is missing.
Yeah.
So, no, that really kills the deal.
Yeah.
I don't exactly have a supply of Olympia SG3s sitting around the place. So so our opportunities. I think that's what Russell was hinting at earlier on. That they often find that it's like we have we generally have a damp climate. So if a typewriter is in a shed, the problem is if it's left there for years, or any sort of an outdoor, a building like a shed or a garage tends to be a space that's damp and cold, and thus you get the problem of rust. Dirt, you can deal with to an extent, but the rust is a killer, And to see these beautiful old machines, and all of I've noticed too, all of the big standards that are for sale, the old, as I say, pre-mid-century stuff, they're all in similar condition. They're all poor. They all need a lot of work. They all need to be disassembled. They all need probably those with glass tops on them. The decals are faded or scratched off, and you just be, that's not the kind of work I'm interested in doing,
Yeah.
And the prices are all ridiculously high. I haven't seen one of those standards for sale any cheaper than €150. And like in reality, I think these people are going to be very disappointed,
Yeah. Yeah.
I think they think that people want them as static display items, that there's something cool about having, having an old antique typewriter on display. Well, there is, but if it's got mice running around in it and it's got it's home to a colony of spiders, and if somebody touches it, they're possibly going to get some sort of a disease off it, then it's not so attractive,
Yeah. I've been very fortunate in that no creatures have come out of my typewriters. So
yeah, not that you know about.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, I was restoring older typewriters, but I got tired of the smell.
Oh,
I mean, it's because each one, you'd always have to go in there and it'd be like just a annoying smell. And so I just got out of the really old typewriter business because I just couldn't handle launching into another project like that,
Yeah.
Mold and must.
Yeah.
The smell of something that crawled in there 20 years ago and died and is still lingering.
There's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
And I just reached my limit.
Yeah.
There's a real fine balance between the nicotine oil and old ink. There's a part where it's kind of interesting and cute, and then it goes over a line at some point and becomes wet dog. There's something there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think to Anthony's point, it's many of these people, and I've gotten to the point where you can't expect more out of it. You can try to educate them like Anthony did, but that's usually met with a lot of resistance. But these people don't have any understanding on just how many of these machines are out there. And I know Anthony and I have been back and forth in letters and talked about supply and demand and being directly in proportion with population and how Ireland's a little bit less populated. So he's got a little bit more of a struggle over there. But down in the States, these things are around in candy store proportions, right? They are everywhere, and they're not as easily grabbable as they were 15 years ago, but there's still lots of them around. There's tons and tons of them around. I'm amazed at how many there are around.
Yeah.
The problem is people are a little bit more educated and they want a little bit more for them now. And Anthony's exactly right. This one is equal to that one in somebody else's mind, right? There's no allowance given for condition. Everything's museum grade to all these people, right? And it's tough.
Yeah. Well, I was in an antique store the other day, and the guy had previously collected typewriters, so he had a few out. And there was a nice. Well, he knows, but he doesn't. He's he's still grifting a little bit because there was a Corona Portable 2, I think, from 1928. And there are a lot of those around. That's where you have to do the switch to get the type bars up. But it was like an orangey red, and it had nice decoration on it. But he wanted $200, and it was in bad shape. I would have had to put a lot of time and effort into it. Okay. And I was like, I might have given him 75, but he wasn't going to come down that far. So.
And Anthony's also right. There has been a big push. Maybe it's starting to decline a bit, but everybody wants a typewriter behind them on their bookcase for the Zoom call, right? It became a thing. And Anthony's absolutely right. None of those need to work. None of them. They just
they can't
not have mice poking out the top of them.
Well, and they can't be all rusted. I mean, that's
it depends on what look you're going for. I mean, if you're going for that, everything sank with the Titanic, and we've recovered it from the bed of the ocean, and fine, No, I think actually something interesting here. I feel that Ireland is only actually catching up with the typewriter renaissance now, Because I mean, if you look at social media, there's no great evidence that there's been any resurgence here over the past maybe 5 years, you know. And I feel that I mean, the very fact that there's no Facebook group, for instance, dedicated to typewriter users in Ireland, and I've just created that, I'm filling a vacuum for it, you know. But there's two things I'm interested in. Is one is the bargain, right? Where you're buying a typewriter that's you think you could use, that looks nice and is in great condition, you know. If it has issues, those issues, like the Valentine, I bought the Valentine, I got the price down, knowing that, you know, it looked like it was in great nick, but there were problems with it. There are actually 4 problems with it, and there's one unresolved I was talking to Chris about, which is one of the lowercase q doesn't print very well. Not a huge issue, because q is one of the least used letters. If it was T or I or E or S, I'd have a different opinion. Or, you know, the machine that I'm buying directly from the Magic Typer, who's probably our best known typewriter restorer here, where he's bought one that's already in good condition. He has repaired anything that needs repairing. He's restored it. He's oiled it. He's cleaned it. Spruced it up, made it look new, and you know, even his prices are very reasonable for the amount of work that he puts in. You know, he would sell. I mean, I bought the Adler Special for 200, I think it was, just maybe a little bit over 200. You know, which, given the amount of work that he put into it, was reasonable. You know, so they're the two standards that I'm at now. I'm looking at, you know, somebody who's realistic about their price. There's 3 Selectric 2s on sale here at the moment. I think I mentioned this last week. One is €100 and looks like it's in very good condition, but the seller is non-responsive, not answering any questions. So I don't know, why put something up for sale if you're not going to reply to the questions? There's one for €50, and the seller says it is working, and he's happy for me to go and have a look at it. So I'm going to do that. And then there's one for sale for €30. That's very funny. The seller says in the ad, it was working 25 years ago when I put it into storage, but now it's not working. It's like, well, of course, that's 25 years. However,
just needs a ribbon.
Well, yeah, the same old, yes, it just needs, no. But
you can get them on, you can get them on Amazon cheap, just needs a ribbon.
But I did ask him, I said, look, when you flick the switch, does it make a sound? He says, yes, it's humming. I said, well, that's a good sign. That means the motor's running. If the belt ain't broken and the clutch or the hub ain't cracked, that's a really good start. There's a possibility that there's a grime that's just, you know, and that thing might just need a cleaning, you know. So
you smell smoke.
Yeah. Is there a smell of burning plastic when you switch it on?
They just scare me. Those selectors just scare me. There's about 2,000 things that can go wrong that I cannot fix.
Me too, which is why I want one. I've said this for weeks and weeks. I want one, but I think I'd be better off buying one that works fully at the start, that doesn't need work. I have watched enough of Dwayne Jensen's Selectric videos on Phoenix Typewriter on YouTube to know that, you know, that can develop into a hellish scenario, you know, of, you know, it's very, very, very complex, you know.
You chase one thing to another thing to another thing to another thing. It's like, I've got to buy one of those from a 75-year-old guy with an IBM golf shirt on, or I'm not touching it.
But look on the bright side. I mean, if I buy one cheap and it doesn't work, I can put it on a shelf as an antique and people can admire it, you know.
A huge shelf. Like, it would be a big shelf, Andy.
But I brought a Selectric back from the dead, and
did you?
It's a fun project, really.
Oh,
and
okay.
Dwayne Jensen is key. You know, he gives you everything you need to refurbish it. I didn't have trouble with the pulleys. Those are a little delicate, so I didn't have to redo any of the pulleys. But there's a lot of foam in those that can degrade and gum things up. And so if you get all the foam out, then the keys will work better, and, you know, stuff like that. But that's something to look for. I mean, at this age, the foam's toast.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
it's liquefied or done something bad on the inside. But
Yeah.
I did a video about electrics and showed my Selectric, and when I went down there, I was like, I don't know if it'll work because I haven't used it in a while, and there was something wrong with it, and I had to take it apart a little bit. So, but they're fiddly, but they're not impossible. I think people are intimidated too much.
I am. Yeah.
No,
they're huge, right? Like they're monstrous, right?
Yeah, it's in my basement for a reason. Yeah, I don't have.
Yeah, that's a problem. The size. Yeah, I don't like taking stuff apart where you have to keep a very careful account of all the screws and nuts and springs and bits and pieces, and you have to keep them all, on the. I mean, if you drop one, and it goes, and you're like, oh my god, that could be a crucial part, and it's never going to work again, But
well, the worst thing is when you get it all back together and there's a spring left over, and then
Extra
it's
parts,
like,
if I can't.
Oh, that's why the shift lock doesn't work. Oh yeah, okay.
I'm going to share in the comments in the chat. I'm going to share. I don't know if you saw this because it's from May this year. A couple of gentlemen opening a brand new correcting Selectric 2 that is still in the box that it was in unopened from 1982. It's been in the box for 42 years, and they were very excited opening it, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
It's not gonna work.
The foam would be interesting. It would be interesting to see what the foam is like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a very comprehensive video. It's mostly they don't actually take the typewriter out and get it working. It's just the unboxing and the unwrapping, and they're very excited.
So
will I sell
Chris,
it or will I keep it?
And then the swearing starts.
No, the phone's going to be crappy. The phone absolutely is going to have to be scraped.
Yeah, because it reacts with just air contact, right? It just breaks down in the air.
Breaks down with time. So there's no recipe for keeping it better.
It's just like the foam. It's just like the foam light seals in cameras. Your camera can be in great shape, but if it's 50 years old, 60 years old, all the foam's gone. The mirror bumper is gone in SLRs, like that's all gone.
Yeah.
But
and they never realized that during the lifetime of manufacturing the typewriter, because it was only something that manifested years later, was it? The deterioration of the foam.
Well, it was probably a new product, it was probably an innovation. We can reduce the sound by putting all this stuff in there.
Yeah, that open cell foam was cutting edge technology at the time.
Yeah.
Cancer causing, but cutting edge.
On those Selectrics, if I picked one up a little bit ago, and these kind of ribbons, you can't use regular silk or cotton on these, right? I mean, it looks like it's got the two things on here, and it looks like it was threaded through, but you can't use traditional manual ribbon. It has to be these.
It's carbon, isn't it? It's
these things,
carbon.
I guess.
Carbon tape, isn't it? So,
yeah.
That's an early ribbon. They went to cartridges later on, where it was all on.
So you've got only has ribbon, doesn't it? Doesn't have a cartridge. Is that the one you
right?
have?
It's like, but you can't use like something off the SM3, the old traditional. You can't use those on these, or has anybody tried it?
Yeah, you can. You just have to spool it. You just have to spool a ribbon onto your IBM spools there.
Oh, okay. All right. So material doesn't matter. I mean, the actual nylon.
Nylon.
Okay.
Nylon or silk.
Or silk. Okay. All right. Thanks. It doesn't power up, but I got it for half price from Goodwill, so it was under $30. And I thought, it's got a Gothic and an Italic ball with it that don't have any nicks. Everything's good on those. So I figured for that much, maybe there's a few. I don't know if they have fuses in them, or if it's just if it's going to be something worse.
Yeah. If you get that back to life working again, you'll feel really happy about that, you know.
Oh yeah.
You know? I mean, that's the other side of it. That reminds me, Ken, just briefly about that discussion. So my brother electric typewriter, when I first ordered, because it came with a cassette, and that ran out very quickly after like half a page of typing. And I ordered replacements on the internet, not knowing that they weren't the carbon tape, that they were actually, I don't know whether it was nylon or cotton or whatever. So they work in the typewriter, but they're not correctable, obviously, you know. And then I figured out when it wasn't correcting that I figured out what the problem was. So if you're, is the IBM Selectric 1 is the non-correcting, is that right?
Correct.
Right.
Non-correcting.
So it doesn't matter. You know, if you want to use the non-carbon, you know, that's your preference. What I find with the brother is that the type is very clean using the carbon tape cassettes, the proper, you know, the ones that you're supposed to use. Whereas if you use the synthetic or the material based ones, the type isn't as even. But like, I mean, sure, the type is never even from a manual typewriter, so it really depends on your own preferences, you know.
Well, you don't want to look like a printout from a computer, you know. So.
Yeah.
And you can tell from the whiteout that it's non-correcting. It's going to need some cleaning. If I can find out what the power issue is, but
hopefully it's one of those things. It's something really, really simple, you know. Start with the basics. Check the fuses, you know.
Or,
you know,
take the motor apart and clean it and put it back on together.
Oh, really? Just clean the motor, maybe the armature.
You take the motor apart, out of the machine and then apart, clean the bearings and everything.
Oh, okay. Thanks. That's good. I was hoping some of these things are disposable, but back then I think you could actually work on them. Where it's like ham radio, Anthony. When you know, all the SDRs, you just buy a new one. But if it's an old Swan 101 with tubes, you can actually restore them. Yeah. And they're both boat anchors.
Something I found out about the brother that we spoke about weeks ago. I think, Daniel, you might have been in on this conversation. I asked if I could use colored paper with the brother. Is it a whiteout or is it a lift off? And it turns out it's a lift off. So I tried, I think it was pink or blue or yellow paper in it, and it worked perfectly. So it actually lifts off the mistake, basically. So it works with any color paper, which is great, you know.
Carlos is showing his electric.
Yeah.
He's kind of new to it, I think.
Oh, it's electric too. Yeah.
Nice. Oh yeah, that looks great.
Ripped, nice.
Oh yeah, you have several of the.
Oh, very nice.
Wow.
Several of the typefaces, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love letter Gothic.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Carlos.
Yeah, I don't know if you're talking, Carlos, but I couldn't tell if you were talking or just miming.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was talking, but I had it on mute. Yeah, I think my favorite is the letter Gothic. But yeah, these are all the ones that I have.
Very nice.
Interesting
Very
ones,
pretty.
the symbols.
Yeah.
It's very, very pretty, and so is Avocat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I think the interesting thing is letter Gothic is an elite, like a 12 pitch, but it looks like, you know, a pica in a sense, just because it's, I guess, so tall.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
It's a little, yeah.
It's a very bold.
Is that the one you sent away? Is that the one you sent away to get fixed, Carlos?
No, I have a 3 as well, and that's the one that this was.
Oh, okay.
A more recent acquisition.
Oh,
yeah.
I like the colors. The colors are nice on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty. It looks pretty nice. I guess the difference here, Anthony, is that we actually have like the person here is actually IBM trained person. So
yeah,
that definitely helps.
it helps. It's kind of nice to be able to grab it from them.
Yeah.
How's the hum? Is it noisy?
Let's see. I've been having. Let's see if I turn it on. Didn't sound noisy to me.
I never thought about those being loud, but I guess they're more mechanical than the electronic typewriters.
Can you hear it?
No.
No.
Zoom might be canceling it out though, depending on if you have the original sound on.
Let me turn that off then. I don't see that setting.
Yeah, the noise of my selectric got me into manual typewriters.
Oh, really?
So I guess one thing I would say is that like, well, this one's not as loud as my selected 3, I think, but either way, I just turn it off if it's bothering me and then turn it back on. And the nice thing is the margins stay and all that.
Yeah.
Some of the daisy wheels, the margins go away if you turn it off. So
exactly.
Oh,
Yeah.
Does anybody have a sensitivity to sound? So I notice with some of the typewriters, the SM4 in particular, that I need to put. So what I'll do is I'll play soft music in the headphones, just really soft, quiet music, and that is enough to reduce the kind of percussive effect. Because the Selectric it's a noisy beast, you know. It makes a hell of a clack, you know.
How's your rubber on that, Anthony? How's the rubber on the Olympia?
Yeah.
Hard.
It's hard. It is. It's hard.
Yeah, like my Olympia is beautiful. Like it's that SM4 that I've got is beautiful with new rubber on it. It's really nice.
Yeah, and I found I'm going to have to, and I'm not sure if people know this, but just for anybody who's not in the States who's watching, JJ Short will take platens from other parts of the world and replace the rubber. You know, they say on their own website that, you know, some people say we don't, but we do actually, but just to get in touch with them beforehand, you know. And if you're confident enough, they'll send you. I don't think I'm confident enough. I think I would just to them and let them do it, you know. If you're confident enough, they'll send you rubber. But there's another thing about the SM4 that was really interesting, Chris, and anyone else who has one. Is it Garen? No, am I thinking of the right Hot Rod? I'm not sure if it was his video. Somebody on YouTube had this video where I find that the touch adjustment on the SM4 doesn't really do that much, you know, and that it's still quite tight. So there's an adjustment that you can make. You just loosen 2 nuts on the base of the typewriter, and there's a whole plate with all the springs attached that just moves about 2 or 3 millimeters, and you tighten the nuts again. It has made such a huge difference.
Oh, good. And
I'm just suddenly now, I'm like, wow, this is great. Because the one thing with the SM4 that I don't like is you don't feel that you could type away on it for hours. That it's having that sort of, even though the keys are spring loaded, there's a little bit more effort, you know. And that was very helpful, I thought. But the thinness of the imprint is definitely to do with the fact that the platen is actually, it's pretty much rock hard, you know.
Rock hard. So now, did you notice when you made that adjustment underneath and you recap, like that re-brackets the whole tension adjustment? So do you get more, a better difference between the extremes on your tension adjustment? Do you find it does a little bit more?
Yeah, I haven't tested it in any sort of systematic way. I still didn't feel as if I was getting the benefit. You know, when you look at what that mechanism is actually doing, that spring doesn't look strong enough, you know, to give that extra tension. It looks like the range is still very minor, you know.
And somebody told me that the tension adjustment is kind of a misnomer now. We expect a different feel on the key, but it actually, what it was meant to do originally was to print more carbon copies. It was meant to get the slug to hit harder to go through more carbons. So we're expecting a lot with a feel adjustment where it was really designed to add force to what you were doing to impact the paper.
Yeah. Well, this
I don't know how
adjustment,
true that is, but
I think that's the case. Yeah. But this adjustment on the base of the type of the underneath
yes.
of the machine
Yeah.
definitely makes a difference to the sensitivity,
the overall feel.
the sensitivity of the keys. I quickly show you.
Yeah. I don't get that feeling though. I don't get that sense that it increases the strength of the slug on the cylinder, on the platen.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. It's on an electric. It's two different adjustments. On an electric, you have a touch adjustment and then a paper.
Yep.
You know, like for number of carbon copies. But on my SM9, I don't. When I put it at the highest or lowest, I don't think it changes how it hits the platen. What it does change is how fast the bar comes back. So you can type faster on a harder setting.
Okay.
All right.
So
this is the there's a little nut here on either side, and you just literally open those a half a turn, and the springs literally pull this whole plate downwards towards them.
Okay.
And tighten them again. And the difference that makes, I thought was very noticeable, to the point that I'm starting to enjoy using the thing now, whereas previously, it's not that I didn't enjoy using it, but I feel maybe now for longer term typing it will work better, you know. But a real simple adjustment, because it looks like on the Adler Special, for instance, there's an adjusting screw for every spring. So if you want to adjust it, you have to make, what is it, 40? I don't know, is it 43, 45? Single separate adjustment.
Yes, but that is actually for the strength of hitting the platen on the Adler. And that is to reduce like a period, to make the period hit less, and the comma, and those small characters. So you use those screws for that. It's not a touch adjustment.
Yeah. So you're not punching a hole through the paper.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Diane. How are you?
I'm fine. I since you guys were talking about JJ Short, I'm going to briefly share my screen.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
You notice here on the typewriter platen section, it actually does say non-US typewriter enthusiast. Click here. I've never done that, but anyway, the point being is that they do take things from other places, so they've actually addressed that on their site here.
Okay.
Yeah, click on it, Diane, because it's going to show that one service that they offer is to send the sleeve to, without us having to send the platen out. So that's what they offer. The optional service is that they'll send you the rubber sleeve and instructions on how to install it.
Oh, wow.
And you need like an air compressor. The air compressor is going to be used to expand the rubber to be able to slide it on the core of the platen.
Oh, wow.
And so on and so forth. So Anthony that was saying, I'm not sending my platen to JJ Short, but JJ Short can send Anthony just a sleeve, and Anthony has to figure out how to how to remove the old rubber and install the new rubber.
I was actually saying the reverse, Daniel. I was saying I didn't have the confidence to do it myself, that I'd prefer to send them and let the professionals handle it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
No, but it's good. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant service. It's good to know that that's available. And again, I mean, there are no platen restorers in Ireland, I mean, small country, 5 million people. So it's brilliant to have that service. What else would you do, other than use a hard platen and not enjoy the
Yeah.
experience as much, you know.
But I think from the community in Ireland that I know of steam engine modelers and so on and so forth, there's quite a number of people that are that are mechanically minded and might be able to tackle some kind of thing like that, even though it's different. So I think it's a matter maybe of knowing somebody that's kind of bold enough to say I can try it, and is pretty confident that they might be able to figure it out by reading if they have the instructions and say, oh, okay, that's how you do it. Yeah, I think I can do it. So that's another option. I have some British machine tools, a Myford lathe and Tom Senior milling machine. And in that community, there's a lot of tinkerers. And I say tinkerers in the best of ways, in that there's brilliant people that build steam engines from raw stock. And so they, they figure out things, how to make things work. So that's another option. And if you're saying there are nobody is willing to touch a typewriter, but maybe there's like a small community of hobbyists that love to tinker with motor engines or any other type of things like that that's mechanical, and is kind of brave enough or naive enough to try it. And once they try it, they might discover that they can succeed at it. So I'm just brainstorming here. I'm just saying it's rare that we can't find somebody. It's just that we don't know who's out there, and that's the whole thing is to reach out to those kind of outside of the box, the people that might have more of a mechanical, who enjoy. So some of them had a career as an engineer, and now when they're retired, they use those machine tools to make things that are mechanical.
Yeah, one of the reasons for setting up the Facebook group actually is
to reach out to those,
to try and maybe tease out, to find those people, those enthusiasts, because you never know. You're right. You never know who you're going to find. As you say, tinkerers, people who I have a first cousin, who, since he was in his teenage years, always liked opening up electronics, but particularly laptops and gaming devices. And he reconditions laptops now. Now it's just a sideline for him, but he loves it, and he loves taking them apart and finding parts for them and replacing bits and pieces and others. And he just seems to have a particular flair for it. There's almost certainly people out there, as you say, that are mechanically minded, that there might be even somebody who says, hey, back in the day I was IBM's repair or servicing guy for the Selectric. You don't know who's going to turn up. I think the problem here is that we don't have a typewriter community the way you have over there. We just it doesn't seem to exist. Well, not yet.
You just triggered something in my mind. Another thought, Anthony, is there's people that repair printers, dot matrix printers, or printers for computers, and companies that service photocopiers. And in a photocopier, there are rollers and rubber things to grab the paper and go make it go through the machine. And that might be also some people that are would know something about that. So that's another avenue.
Yeah, great observation.
So computer printers, like printers and photocopiers.
Yeah, they would definitely have all those rubber rollers.
Yeah.
Excellent. Rich, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks. How are you?
Good, good. Yeah, just
Already?
hanging out.
Yeah, you all heard it. This is a great discussion. Here, Anthony's going to start a company, a typewriter company in Ireland.
No, but not a company, just an enthusiasts group.
Yeah.
That's how it starts, you know.
Yeah.
Things start as good ideas, they become businesses, and then they get corrupt. It's the whole cycle of humanness. But I found a royal today. We are out at the at this big flea market they have at Mount Dora, about 45 minutes away, and I found a Royal Quiet Deluxe in pretty good shape. So I added probably I'm pretty vocal about not wanting any more typewriters, and here I keep bringing them in. So and now the next challenge is to figure out how to build some kind of a a shelving unit to hold them. But it works perfectly well. I think it's elite. I have to look at it, compare it to the others. I don't like, if I look at it, it looks small, so I think it's small. But maybe when I put it next to the larger font, it'll. Oh wait, that's the same size as normal. I don't know. It's all relative. But so it was fun finding another one.
Yeah, definitely.
Otherwise, things are cool. But just got one band going. Our jazz band's moved to Saturdays, so that's my flea market day, which has now got to move to Sundays. And our other band, we're in the process of making an album, so that's sucking up time. And so yeah, it's fun. It's all fun. Still plotting my retirement.
Now, do you put any music on like Bandcamp or anything like that?
So our the rock band I'm with has stuff on Reverb.
Oh, okay.
That's what our band, we have a band site on Reverb. I think they have a band site on Facebook as well. They've done one album. It's a funny thing. I was with this band when it started back in like 2009, but because the Army sent me to Kuwait and then sent me to Germany, I had to leave the band, and they brought in two lead guitarists in the meantime, who both ended up leaving. And when I came back, they're back in need of a lead guitarist, so I rejoined them. It's not like my forever band, but it's still fun. And so now I'm back with them. They had just finished creating an album, and when I got back, they actually cut the album. And so actually on a lot of stuff that I had written but never performed for the album because I was gone. So now we're back into another album, which I'm actually performing, writing the guitar music stuff. And so it's fun. It's just it's another rabbit hole is all. It keeps you busy.
Yeah. Do you know if it's going to be released in any physical formats like CD?
Yeah, the last one was CD. This one will be CD also. And I presume we haven't talked about it. We just assumed that was the path.
Yeah.
It's a Christian rock band. We're sort of an uppity, harder, not metal, but just a harder classic rock sound. And that's kind of where I'm in my 60s and the other guys are early 50s. So that's kind of what we grew up with. And it's all original stuff. We don't do any covers.
Okay.
It's still fun. We're playing next month out at Ormond Beach, which is by Daytona.
Excellent. Well, be sure and share any links because I buy music. So
Happy to. Yeah, that's awesome. Another thing I saw at the flea market was a Smith Corona. I think it was a Smith Corona electronic. I didn't buy it because I really don't need another electronic and really don't know the condition. And I think they were asking 25, and I didn't inquire to see if they would take it cheaper. But I think it would have been headed towards, the doomsday bin where it just kind of goes in a corner and gets forgotten about. So I decided to pass by that. I don't know if those are good or not, if they're working right. So I just turned my eye and said, let's keep walking, Rich.
Is it one of those what I like to call the gray beast?
I don't know. I don't know anything about them. Maybe it was
Okay.
gray. Let's put it that way. It looked kind of like the Type Star ish, you know.
Okay. Huh.
But a little different. But I mean, it was just a somewhat flat electronic typewriter. It looked like it had the feed for the paper and everything. So.
Okay. That sounds like it was probably not like the last versions of the typewriters they were putting out. Because the last ones they were putting out, they all essentially looked the same. They were just these, like I said, a gray beast. And they just kept changing like slight feature changes and changing the model number. And none of the model numbers related to other model numbers. And yeah.
Oh, really?
I like them though.
Or electronic?
Yeah, electronic. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't remember the model. It might have been a 50, but I didn't walk away deciding to memorize it. So
yeah. Yeah, I like the one I'm thinking of in my own collection is the SL 480. And I'll see like the SL 460, or they had other letters, and it's like, okay, which one came first, which one came last? And I would be very curious to find out like what the last typewriter they produced was.
Sounds like a research project.
It does, yeah. And actually, I think it was Ted, maybe in his blog, he mentioned a blog that specializes in electronic typewriters. So I'll have to check in with that guy and see if maybe he knows. So.
Well, I hope I didn't pass up a gem.
Probably not. Probably not. Yeah.
I don't know anything about them, so.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy having an electronic typewriter, mostly because you can change the daisy wheel. But yeah, they just work, and the printout can sometimes look like it was printed on a computer, which you lose a lot of that the feel of what we love about manual typewriters.
Kind of dot matrix-ish.
Yeah. So like the typewriter I'm using right now, the Hermes Rocket from 1949, I haven't cleaned the type slugs at all, and I realize I really need to. And yet I like the look of the type, all the vowels are filled in, like the A is all filled in, the E is all filled in. But it makes it distinctive to this typewriter, and
well, they used to use those as forensic evidence.
Oh yeah.
On all those TV shows. I guess it's reality too. I don't know if it's ever been.
Could be.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
The fingerprint.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially if the alignment's off.
I know, yeah.
But don't write any murder notes.
No. I'll try not to.
I have a question for everybody.
Oh yeah.
I have this lovely puzzle.
Oh, let me zoom in on it. There we go. Nice.
And I've done this puzzle and I'm ready to pass it on.
Oh.
If somebody else wants it and just wants to pay the shipping.
Now, my guess is that was a difficult puzzle. I don't see how many pieces it is, but
750.
Okay, so it probably wouldn't be too bad, but at the same time, you have a lot of the same color. So
yeah, this part in here and even the slugs were difficult.
That can make it.
It was fun and it looks cool when it's done.
Oh, cool.
So if anybody's interested, send me a quick message in the chat before I go.
Sounds fun.
I don't know if anybody on here is a puzzle enthusiast.
I my wife and I do puzzles, but we've kind of been on hiatus with it. Like
winter's coming. Winter's coming.
That's
Gregory.
true. That's true.
In your spare time, Gregory. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where do you get time to do puzzles?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a puzzle obsessor. Once I start one, it's hard for me to stop.
Oh, okay.
I did a 1,000 piece puzzle in hours one day just because it was fun. And,
well, see, we made them. Well, I call it a mistake, but we got one of those puzzle mats where you can like roll up the puzzle. You know, like even if it's not finished, you know, you can roll it up and put it away. Well, that puzzle has been put away for several months now.
Oopsie.
So
yeah.
I wonder if it's all bent, but I don't know.
Probably who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. So, but I'll think on that. Yeah.
Well, Chris has already responded. So.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Chris,
Perfect.
just send me your address.
Cool. Cool. Excellent.
Actually, if you're
thanks, Angela.
You're welcome.
Very cool. It looks like Dan's hard at work out in the sun. How are you, Dan?
Well, not necessarily hard at work, but I am out in the sun.
Okay.
The end of I'm back in the UK. Been back a couple of weeks here now, but sadly wasn't able to join in last week. But yeah, it's good to see everyone. Well, I mean, see is relative.
I know.
I thought, you know what, it'd be nice to join in outside, and I didn't really think that I'd be facing the sunset while I was here. So, I mean, I suppose I could turn around, but now I've got the tripod set up over there. So
I know.
No, I just, how is everyone doing?
Good.
Sorry, I couldn't be on earlier.
No, that's okay. We're just hanging out.
I've returned to the land of as I've come to think of it, very accessibly priced typewriters. That's what the UK feels like to me. And what that means is that in the last 2 weeks I have acquired 3 more. But I will allow myself. I mean, we all allow ourselves, don't we? But two of them have been on my list for over a year, and just one of those 2 was a complete chance find last Monday.
Wow.
So I thought I would show them off.
May I guess?
So this is the cover to it, but I'll show that later. So I've been looking for a Gaussian Tippa for over a year, just to further my fascination with ultra portables and wanting to see them and type on them. And this one, I found a Gaussian Tippa Pilot, which has a bichrome setting, and this one in particular is kind of screwed in to its hard shell base, which feels like some sort of plastic, but it feels substantial. And this has an elite typeface, which is actually quite nice. I've still got to sort out an issue with the ribbon vibrator. It's kind of a little sluggish, so it needs some cleaning. I haven't cleaned this at all, but it prints really well, and it's just a nice, like, tight, compact feeling typeface as well. It feels very precise. An incredibly loud machine. I don't know if anyone else has found that with it's just really clacky, which is probably partially due to being screwed into this plastic shell. But even it came with, I mean, this is the outside of it. It's nice, got like little red accented notes on it, and it's made to look like it's a stitched case, but it definitely is not. It's but all of the paperwork came with it as well. So, which is always nice because not many of my machines have. So I've got like the original Gaussian Tippa booklet, the original little type test, the factory test sheet, which I love. And I don't know if I've mentioned it here before or not, but I've started recreating the test sheets. Like whenever I find that someone has shared a test sheet, or I happen to find one myself, I get a picture of it, and I've been meticulously recreating them in Illustrator but without any of the type, obviously, so that once I've got them sorted out, people will be able to just download and print them themselves. I'm doing them in A4 for the international folks and 8.5 by 11. So I've got about 3 or 4 of them done.
Oh, very cool.
I've shared them a bit on the if anyone here hangs out on the Reddit, the typewriters Reddit, like subreddit. I've shared them initially on the Discord server for the Reddit sub, just to get people to like download them and test them and print them and make sure that there's nothing off with them. But I'm going to be adding this one to it, and I'll happily share them with anyone who wants before I figure out where they should go. Even this it's got this little special little 2-sheeter just for the pilot, because the pilot, which I didn't know, I had not come across it in any of my research. I'd only been looking at the Gaussian Tippas, and the pilot apparently also added the 2-color ribbon, and the little disengaging button on the end of the platen to just kind of spin it. So they had to print a separate sheet just for that. So anyway, that's fun. There's a lot of good stuff in there. Oh, also, does anyone need this is a Remington Rand 25 typing shortcuts book that was also in there, which is lovely. As a designer, especially who's got started in graphic design and print and typography, I love all these old little booklets. And
what's an example of a typewriter shortcut?
Oh, all right. Welcome, listeners. Today we're going to cover 25 typing shortcuts. No, so let's see. Let's just pull to like the middle. So this one, chain feeding. This is one I don't even know this. I haven't read this. Number 12 is chain feeding. It says in parentheses, it says front, and tip number 13 is chain feeding back. So let's see what chain feeding is. It says, frequently you may have work to do that involves the feeding of small cards into the machine. If your typewriter is equipped with a Remington card platen, your task is simple, of course. If it is not, then you can facilitate your work considerably by chain feeding. To chain feed from the front of the platen, use the following procedure. Crease a pleat across a large sheet of paper to form a pocket for the card. Insert the pleated sheet into the machine, drop a card into the pleat, feed backwards to the writing point, and proceed to type the card. I can't quite follow that, but I think I can. It means you just kind of fold up the bottom of a long sheet, so you have a little pocket. And
Yeah.
put the card into it. So then the feed rollers are pulling the folded paper.
Exactly.
So and anyway, it's
like
front
this.
feeding or back feeding. So it does have pictures, but they're not really. That's not a super helpful illustration.
No.
I think the concept is the same as when I type on Post-it notes. What I do is I stick it on a piece of paper and then type on the paper. And use it.
Let's find one more tip that it thinks.
So
is
Dan,
useful.
if you can look at me, I have the example
add
I'm
you to the
talking
screen.
about. So this is a piece of paper that I recycled. This is a piece of paper that I recycled. It's from my bank, but it's folded. I'm trying to make it better. Okay, the camera.
There you go.
So it's a fold. It's a fold, and so the piece of paper. Let me see if I can do that better. So it'll stick here, and that's the fold. That's the fold here.
Okay.
So that's what it is. I have another model, which is a piece of cardboard. And this is a piece of cardboard, and it has a slit. It has a slit here.
Yes.
I know it's very difficult for you because you're in the sun, but let me see.
No, I can see it. I can see it. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a slit, and the slit comes out, and you can put your card here, and that's what holds it. So these two are the examples that you just showed.
Well, maybe that's maybe that is a tip I'll make use of. So here I'll just so everyone can take a close look at the machine before I show you the next one that I found. It is really lovely. I know a few people. I know a few people who are in the group have the Gaussian Tippas of various ages. because I know there was one, the earlier one as well. And this is just the first tip I've had. I've been on the lookout for one of the Adler versions as well. And the one other interesting curiosity about this one is that the top 2 rows of key tops hinge a little bit.
Oh.
So it's kind of hard to show. The margin release doesn't, but I don't know if I can show it on the cue. Yeah, here. So I'll rock the cue a little bit. You can see the key top itself moves.
Rocking the cue.
And it only does that on the top 2 rows. So I'm guessing that was some sort of design idea to mean that when you're reaching higher than the home row, it would be slightly more comfortable for your fingers. I can't really say I feel any difference on it so far, but it is a marvelous little machine, and it's got a carriage lock. I mean, the fact that it's this tiny and has a carriage lock and a bichrome switch, and this little dial on the edge is for typing tension, which again, like with many typewriters, doesn't seem to do much. And when you fold down the handle, you release it with this switch here, and there's a little slot in the side of the machine for it to fit into to stay out of the way.
Wow.
Just again, very, very elegant, and it's got this super long paper rest as well that just folds neatly down out of the way. Yeah, it's just, I'm very, very happy with it, other than the fact that it is incredibly loud and clacky.
Yeah.
Is it metal or plastic?
It's metal. The case itself seems to be plastic, but the typewriter is very sturdy and metal. So I'll have to unscrew it, but my next test will be to unscrew it from the base, because these also came without being screwed into the base of the case. So I think it's just that it might be missing rubber feet at that point. So I'll have to figure something out with that. But I'm curious to see what it sounds like when it's not on this plasticky case.
Exactly.
So then the other, I'll save the most interesting for last. But that was that Tippa was I found it on a Monday afternoon on Facebook Marketplace for £10, which is, talking probably $16, $17. And I had it by Monday night because it was just a short train ride away. And I thought, you know what, this is it's clearly one owner, a relative had passed away, and the family was getting rid of it. So I feel very, very lucky to be the recipient of it, especially since I've been looking at one for a while, or for one for a while. So the other, prior to that, I'd found I think a lot of us are fans of the Olympia SMs, and I now have more of them than I need, but the color schemes get me. So last week in London, I found this one, which I have a Splendid, one of the portables, the Splendid 66 in the same white. It's just like a very, very, very slight off-white, but I wouldn't call it cream, but it might be called cream, with the black keys. And it's just, it's gorgeous. It's an elite typeface, but otherwise there's nothing special about it, but it's a lovely SM3. So.
Lovely.
There you go.
Very nice.
Yeah, again, it was something someone used. It was on Facebook Marketplace, and someone was using it as a display item, and they just had moved to a smaller flat and were out of space. It's an earlier model, so it's got the 2-stage paper bale, which is really interesting because I think I've got one machine, or I don't even know if I have one that has that. I think I maybe have read about it, and it's quite clumsy compared to the single piece one. It's got a back hinge on it, but other than that, all the rubber is really soft. So, and I feel, here's one thing that will be curious about it, because I haven't been able to find anything anywhere about this. So the platen rubber is pretty soft, which of course on 1950, whatever, 4 or 5, 6. I can't remember. I dated it, but now I've forgotten. Is you don't find that often, like hinge in the middle for the paper bail, which is kind of just interesting here. You see the writing, the stenciled writing on the very end of the platen.
It's not stock.
Might be too dark. It's what I can see is it says multi-sten, and there might have been some other letters after the sten, but that's all that's written on it. But it's clearly like stenciled writing on the edge of, I think whoever owned this, not the person I bought it from, but whoever last used it, I think they had the platen recovered.
Or maybe it was just one that they swapped out. I think he froze up.
Yeah, he froze.
Frozen.
I have a Royal 10 platen that has invincible. It's not really stenciled. It's literally looks like it was impressed into the rubber itself.
Oh.
Oh.
I think we have you back, Dan.
That's weird. Yeah. How long did you not have me?
Like 30 seconds to a minute.
Okay. Well, I'd finished showing you the platen, obviously, of the.
Yes, and we agree that it has been recovered or
oh, good.
That the rubber has been replaced.
Yeah, it definitely has to have been. So I'm not complaining. That feels like an extra bonus to receive on a machine. So the last thing here, and then I'll put myself back on mute. I've been looking for one of these for about 1.5 years.
Oh.
And it's a QWERTY model as well, but
Nice.
also in a color scheme that I'm not sure I'd even seen pictures of. Obviously, there are loads of two-tone Colibris, but it's mostly in good condition. It does need a clean, but it's typing just fine. It's missing a little bit of paint, which it's not rust or anything. It just seems to be that the paint is just kind of peeling in a couple of small parts away from the metal. But other than that, it'll just need a quick clean, and I've got a ribbon on the way. And again, even its rubber is nice and soft on the platen. I've been able to do a little bit of typing on the ribbon that came with it because it's not completely dry, and it's really interesting because I know these machines are kind of prized. Design wise, they are beautiful. I'm not sure that there's a more beautiful portable. Just the curves and the color palette and everything. Even though I think I still probably prefer typing on my my Empire Ambassador, my Hermes rocket clone. There's just something about the way that works and feels that still just feels, it's very quiet and it's very subtle. But I will say that this Colibri is pretty darn nice too. I don't know how many of you have used one, but this was not as cheap as some of the other ones that I've found, but very cheap compared to Colibris most of the time. And I just jumped on it as a early birthday present to myself, let's say.
Well, the German lessons, you have to pay for German lessons when you get that too.
Well, it's QWERTY, so I can just type away in English.
I misunderstood. I thought it was quartz.
No, so I found at the beginning of the year, I found a Gromina, which I talked about on one of our Sunday gatherings, because I found it while I was in Vienna, and it was just someone was selling his father's old typewriter, and that's the only quartz machine that I have so far. And it is a bit of a pain to type on because once you get into a rhythm, then the typos start coming in.
Yeah.
So again, I've passed on some pretty inexpensive Colibris before because they were quartz, and I just was like, man, I'd like to just have something that I can type on without thinking about it. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting it cleaned up and properly spending some time on it and typing some letters on it, and, just using it maybe as a daily typer for a while. But it is an incredibly elegantly made machine and just so small.
Yeah.
Interesting colors.
It really is a marvel. Yeah, the color scheme is great.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Yeah.
So, and you know, that's my whole excuse for getting a lot of these. Is my fascination as a designer, as a product designer. So I mean, I love using them, but things like the colors make a. I think it's fascinating as well because we even when we're thinking about the 1950s and 60s, they're eras that we mostly still experience in black and white, because most of the way that those eras were documented was still black and white. There was not a lot of color in the photography and in the, you know, even though there was plenty of color in life, right? And I'm really curious about the colors that were actually used. The same in fashion, you know, when you're able to find colors that seem like they've been kept from fading. So like this doesn't look like it's faded, it just needs a clean, but this blue doesn't seem like it's been sitting in the sunlight. And this cream as well. And that's another thing that I'm really fascinated about with all of the machines that I've picked up to date is just like what was the candy colored iMac of that era, right? So
it's funny when you think about how important color is to people. Conceptually, you know, why do I look for certain colors in typewriters or in anything I'm looking at that I like? Why is certain colors? It's nice on that one. It sort of makes you color coordinated. At least on the screen, it looks like your shirt is blue.
Yeah,
right. That's blue is definitely a favorite color. Yeah, and it's, I don't know. I almost feel like, I don't know, I'm on a very like, this is like an incredibly thin tin table, but I don't know if I'd like, if you can hear, it's not very loud. Even just typing on a very loud, like you can hear how loud that surface is. This is not going to be the quietest thing, and it doesn't make a lot of noise. And I've been using this inside on a hardwood table, and it's however they've engineered this thing, it dissipates most of the sound that it creates. Again, the exact opposite of this poor little Tippa Pilot, which I feel like now that I've talked about how loud it is, I have to show how loud it is. So let's see here. I'll take the carriage lock off, pop this up. I was in the middle of typing a little to-do list, so scroll to the bottom there. I don't know if that comes across. It's echoing down the street. Like I'm hearing the echo come back, and I'm not typing any harder on it than I was on the Calibri, which basically just was kind of muting itself.
Wow.
And I like, yeah, that's not. I know it's not as interesting to everyone as it is to me, but because part of what I do for a living is consult with companies on how to make physical products. Like it's absolutely wonderful for me to be able to get literal hands-on research with things that can be translated to how people make things today. I mean, you know, even how these hinges. So I've well, you know, Greg, the hinged ribbon covers on the Hermes Baby and Rocket are really flimsy.
Yeah. Like
whenever I open them, I feel like I'm going to bend them too far. And obviously that's a design flaw because so many of them don't quite close properly. These are so well hinged. There's like tension to them. There's not a spring on them or anything, but there's just, they're rigid. They're thick. Like I cannot bend these by hand at all with a good amount of force. And they click into place. And you know, there's a wonderful solidity about the way that this was designed and the language of its design. And weight wise, there's really like this might be slightly heavier than the Hermes, but only slightly. So how much did they really save with their thin Swiss sheet metal?
Yeah. I've got a Triumph Tippa. I wonder how they compare side by side. It's small.
I'm very curious.
Yeah, it's in fact
Yeah.
I've got a picture on the website where I was using it on the cruise. So it's somewhere out in the Caribbean that you can see it. I'm on a cruise ship.
Oh, nice.
But I took it because it was small enough, that it was still a little heavy, but I put it in my backpack. And I like it. It types very good. So there's a lineage of these TIPAs that I think Adler had them, probably from Triumph, and I guess yours is probably after Adler, right?
No, this is before Gosson was first. So there was the original Gosson TIPA looked even more kind of spare than this, and I think that was from the 40s. This design is from the 50s, and then at some point after this, Gosson sold. I think I read that they sold their typewriter division off because Gosson still exists as a company. They make light meters for photography and all sorts of other things. But so sometime after that, it became like Triumph and Adler and like that lineage.
I'm pretty sure mine's just a Triumph as opposed to a TA. So so it's probably, and the one, that I don't know, Adler has its own, not a TA, but just an Adler version of it.
Mm-hmm.
They do.
Yep.
So that's probably the last version. I don't know. I don't know. It's a mystery to me.
Well, it's clearly a really nice, long lineage of very portable but good machines, which is cool.
Robert Messenger. So Robert Messenger on his blog Oz Typewriter has the whole history of the of those TIPA, and I recently read it, so that's why I was listening to Dan, and I think Dan's closest to what it was, and it's amazing that you talk about design, Dan, because you joined a little bit later, and earlier Robert Lerman, sorry. Was talking about the design of the Brother that he just got, Brother Deluxe, and marveling at the design of the Japanese, the early design of the JP1 version of the Brother, and how it evolved. So there's a lot to say, or there's a lot to study, I guess, about those designs and how they evolved in those years, and what worked before they started cutting costs and going more to, but even then, Brother continued to make improvements to their models, and the JP7 is probably the best of their models in terms of performance, even though they are in a plastic case. They actually perform probably the best, and so that's like something that's really, really cool to hear you make those observations about the design and the colors, which is very, very true.
So when they do that, is it they're selling off a division of a typewriter manufacturer that makes, for example, TIPAs? So it's the same body of people that moved from one company to another. Is that what was happening?
Yeah. It didn't move. It didn't even move. I think that they sold the plant.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that seems to have happened a lot, whether it was like Olivetti, for instance, acquired a lot of companies, especially, they got to the point where they were the biggest manufacturer of typewriters in the world because they bought up companies, just like companies, in tech and electronics do today. That's nothing new, but nothing would change, right? They kind of, depending on where it's written, I've read that they either merged with Underwood, or I think officially it was branded as a merger, but Olivetti owned, it was basically Olivetti took over Underwood's operation. But obviously Underwood was an American company, and the Americans post-war would not have probably liked an Italian company coming in and suddenly, replacing all their Underwoods. So, but all the factories stayed the same. The managers probably stayed the same as well. And it's just that would have happened with Gosson's TIPA factory as well. And sadly, like there are a number of times where I've come across stories in the typewriter world where a company was acquired and they actually closed the factory. So sadly, there were stories like that we still hear today. But I think
I think especially during the 60s, 50s and 60s, when a lot of these acquisitions happened, the business of typewriters was still so massive that if they were acquiring a company, it was to get additional manufacturing capability, like Empire. So the Empire company, or what is it, British typewriters, or I should look on the back of my little aristocrat. This is also ridiculous. I'm in an Airbnb and I have 4 typewriters, but it's the life of traveling. They'll just be going into 3 of them will go into storage.
You're gonna fly with those?
No, I'll fly with one of them. I'm off to Vienna for a week on Wednesday, so
taking that as hand luggage.
I have to pick one. But so my little, this is why I still come back to the Hermes clone, because this thing is so compact.
Yeah.
But British typewriters, yeah, that's the name of the company. That's all I was pulling this out for. So they were bought by Smith Corona, and when they were bought by Smith Corona, they stopped making the Hermes licensed machines and started making the Smith Corona Empire machines, which was just one of Smith Corona's first metal and then plastic portables. But I saw some reference to, I saw my name pop up in whatever that comment was in the chat. So someone's leaving. Bye. Whoever that was. See you next week. I was looking at it sideways, but yeah, I think it's kind of sad because Empire made some really interesting typewriters that were British made and designed, but then they also clearly they didn't want to design their own portable, so they licensed the Hermes baby and rocket design and then made that. But then Smith Corona came and just wanted a British based manufacturing plant, I think. And so they acquired them. And when they acquired them, they said, yeah, we don't need that licensing agreement. We've got our own portable designs. And but the factory stayed the same and the employees stayed the same, and they were able to keep their jobs. And yeah, I find a lot of that history fascinating. And I've spent so much time in the last 2.5 years reading about as much of that as I can find out, just as I read about the engineering and the design. And I think that's one of the things, I'm sure I'm not the only one here that is fascinated by that. I mean, they're the machines themselves and the things that we can type on them and what they allow us to kind of channel, which is brilliant. But the depth of history and the importance that these things held at one time. There was a conference I was speaking at, a design conference targeted at the tech industry back in June in San Francisco. And I mentioned like typewriters in my talk and was like, there was an angle about it because in business and in design and in technology, and technology is not just the stuff we have now, these are technology, obviously. A lot of the same decisions and problems come up over and over and over again. And a lot of the way that the humans involved solve those problems at a company level and on a human kind of usability level are the same. And there are a lot of parallels that I think can be learned from learning about history and like what went right before and what went wrong before. So yeah, for me, there are just so many wonderful layers, both with the history of the companies and the people who designed and engineered them. Like there's the obsessive compulsive almost nature of the engineer who designed the Gromina and Colibri, trying to get like the thinnest typewriter he possibly could. There's a parallel there to people like Johnny Ive at Apple trying to design like the thinnest laptop or the thinnest phone that he possibly can. Like that drive to do something that other people would think was impossible or impractical doesn't go away. It's a really basic human need when you're someone who is in the position to create things.
Well, we have the same problem with programmers today. Well, for recently, they're into the technical application of the program and not so much understand how the user needs to use it. Mm-hmm. But I would think back with typewriters, it's because it's mechanical, the designers were a little closer to users than programmers are to users. But who knows? There's still
you would think that, but I think everyone here probably has used a machine that we didn't like using.
Well, you can't please everybody, but yeah, there's still an engineering mindset that seems to distract usability or something.
You know, it's funny that the Hermes rocket was one of those for me because of that flimsy metal. I could not see myself using it because I had an opportunity to try one out, and versus an Adler Tippa J, I think, and even that one was flimsy, but it was less flimsy than the other one. Of course, I since sold off the Adler, or I used it as part of a trade for an Olympia SM3 script.
Nice.
It was a script machine as well, so it's like one script for another, but I had to put out a little money with it.
Yeah, everybody's got their ways of appreciating things or not appreciating things.
Well, and I think that's part of the problem as like for designers and for engineers both. And it's really an interesting thing that you bring that up about programmers, because a lot of things get programmed, but there are still designers who are part of those teams who are trying to connect what people see and get to use with what the engineers build. And it's the same with typewriters. Like there's most of the stories that I've been able to track down involve different people designing the mask, the exterior, from the people who engineered the mechanism. And they all obviously would work closely together, but it's not always like this. You would think they're all striving for the same goal. If the thing doesn't work because it's mechanical, if it doesn't do what it's supposed to do well, then no one's going to buy it. And yet there are plenty of like, plasticky, not great machines that were made while typewriters were still the main thing that people used. But then as someone was mentioning about the Brother machines, right? I haven't had a chance to use them, but I've never heard, I feel like I've never heard or read anything bad about them. And yet they're plastic, almost all seem to be plastic bodied machines, but clearly they designed them to still like sound good and feel good and still work well. Like they might have been using a different material rather than cutting a corner. And some other brands might have used plastic because it was cheaper rather than thinking about it as far as the overall experience. And I think that still happens with digital technology. I know a lot of people who work in tech. I've worked in tech for a long time. And you have people who are struggling to make something as good as it can be for people and to take every possible kind of edge case into account. Then you've got other people who are just like hitting their daily targets and leaving the office at 5. And both of those types of people can exist at companies like Google and Microsoft and Apple and making the things that billions of people are using. And it's just like, I love this Aristocrat, and I can't, even though it's got some flimsy metal on it, the typing experience for me is just brilliant. Like the keycaps, there's something about how they just fit my fingers, and it's the same. It's like that Hermes design where it's just slightly cupped, and it's even more comfortable for me than the Olympia keys, which are probably my second favorite. And I know it's the same on the Hermes because I have my Hermes Ambassador, which has the exact same keys, and they just fit. There's something about the distance, but obviously not everyone loves the rocket baby design. There are probably people who don't think the Hermes machines are all they're cracked up to be. And I think that's always been the thing that's fascinated me as a designer, even when I started in my teens, is that I learned really early on. I figured out that you can't please everybody, but what you're trying to do is make the best thing you can for as many of the people who might use it as possible. And you have to do that still knowing that there are going to be some people who are disappointed or who it doesn't work well for.
Mm-hmm. The brother made metal machines from 61 to 74, 75. And so you have a good run, 13 years of steel body, and then they switched to plastic, and like many others. And even Hermes, I have my Hermes baby from 1969, which has a plastic body, which it still types okay, but I would rather have steel body for my Hermes baby. That being said, so yeah. So actually, Robert was going to show us his brothers, and I don't know if Robert's still around or if he's moved on to something else.
No, I'm here. And wait. Just put away this one. And bringing on these two for comparison. So, thank you. So here we have my two brothers. This is a brother deluxe, as we can all read, by 1968.
Cool
and here we have, hey.
Cool, it looks cool.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and it types really soft and nice. And it's in a better shape than the younger from 1973 Brother Deluxe 1350, which, as you can see, maybe has nearly the same technique here, the same vibrator, or here with a little damping wire. Here you have the same. I think they are quite identically. I think. Just will open up them. Just I'll place it. Just a second. So here we have a comparison. 1968. Oh, the light is a bit bad here. Sorry for that. Or maybe I can get the.
We can see.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it looks
okay,
good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
okay.
good.
Okay. So this is the version from 1968. And now back to 1973. It's a bit dirtier, but I think they are technically more or less identical. The only difference is here the younger version has this automatic space, which is really funny.
That's brilliant.
And
I like that.
That's really a nice feature. And it has a tabulator with this fixed tabulator. So you have on the back side, you can't set it by yourself. I think every 10, well, I think somewhere we can see it. Oh, don't know. But it's both has the fixed tabulator. But I can really, I just did some comparing writing with them, just one, and then tried the other one in writing. I think this one I like a little bit more. It feels a bit, maybe it's has less miles on it than this one. I don't know. It's a bit more solid in typing. This one is a little bit more wobbly, but really minimal difference. So what else to say? Let's look under the ribbons. So here we already have plastic. I think so here it will be the same. Yeah, it's also plastic under the ribbon spools. I think this changed in the 50s or 60s. They sometimes they made there had been metal pieces, but I can just recommend these machines for people who want to type. It might not be a decorative collecting item, or maybe a little bit. It might not be the biggest technology, but it's a really good, solid, long-distance typer and good to carry around. Not too loud.
Are they both metal bodies, or is the one on the left a plastic body?
Nope. Oh wait. Here the ground plate is plastic here, but the hood, I think the hood is this is metal too, with a little plastic insert here. So this is this piece here is plastic.
And that wood grain, that's cool.
I love that wood grain. Yeah,
it's only a label. It's a label a little bit, but it looks quite fine. It does. And we have a difference. So we have here two little levers here or is it? Yeah, it must be to lock. Yeah, here to lock and unlock on both sides. So you have to put it in like that with one hand, and then it snaps.
Nice.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah, that's very satisfying.
It's nearly impossible to open it with one hand. So have to put it away, and then.
So that has a very nice 1970s vibe. I mean, it's
yeah,
that wood grain
Definitely.
sticker you have there. And it's kind of funny because I grew up then, and it's like there was a point in my life where I was ashamed of the 70s. And I don't know quite why, just for a multitude of reasons. But as I got to another age, it just seemed to me that I'm rather proud of them now. I'm proud of the 70s. And there was a lot of things you can find reference to. Like I know in the US, there was a lot of paneling used as in design and things like that. And you would find wood grain. I don't know what it was like in Germany back then. I don't know if that style carried out across.
No, the 70s, as I can remember, I'm 1963 born, so I can remember quite 70s. Here in the 70s in Germany, everything was really, I say, very popping colors, orange, yellow, green, things like that. I think this would not have been the right thing. We used, but I can't remember on the typewriters in this area, in this times. But the design, when you describe the design in the German 70s, yeah, it was more hippie-like, yeah.
Yeah.
And not this looks just a little bit, well, quite solid and brave a little bit. No, there's no design revolution in it. Or only a little bit, but not too hard.
Well, I think in where business machines are concerned, which is like I just think about all the 1970s Olympia designs, right?
Yes.
They all went like much more angular and pretty much just white and black or white and gray. Like all of the colors went away. But that was kind of happening everywhere. I think even that the change between those two brother machines, that the blue deluxe is that's beautiful. Like that's just mid-century modern to a T. Even the slight curve along the top of that front.
So
It's
cool.
just,
I agree.
it's really beautiful. And then the like what 4 years later, you know, even if you ignore the wood paneling, it's just, you know, you've gone more beige, a little bit more rectangular, and a little bit more serious, which was just really common. Like so even if culturally, like, I mean, obviously this was designed in Japan, but like you look at like the Olympia machines in the 70s went even more like boring in that way. And I think even those plastic Hermes 3000s were like rectangular and, you know, trying to almost look more serious, but they were losing a lot of the colorful nature that they had.
I think it was a space age thing that they're aiming for. And the 70s, so you had the mid-century, which kind of did that with the atomic age kind of thing. But then when you got into the 70s, all this boxiness was trying to look like a NASA room or something like that.
Yeah, that's a great comparison, I think, the space age. And when you just, I can remember as in the 70s when we have seen film from the NASA or something. Yeah, this was. It gives just a little bit of seriosity for a business machine. It looks like an oak desk from the chef, from the boss, something like that.
Yeah. It's interesting that we talk about square boxes. In fact, so Robert's model on the right is a JP1, the first type of model. The one on his left is a JP5, and I have here a JP3, which is a mix. It's boxy, but it's got the wood paneling. It's got the wood paneling there, and although this is quite a bit different because this is a desk model that is made to be portable, but it's super heavy. This is very, very heavy and has like these cool buttons here for changing the ribbon color. And I talked about machine tools earlier in the call. So in Europe, especially, German and Swiss and French machine tool manufacturers went from rounded type of designs to square. So like Chaublin, who made some Swiss lathe and milling machine, everything was rounded. And in the 70s, they went all square. and like the German machine tools, the same. They put a lot of care into making round corners for the headstock and stuff like that. And the 70s, they all went boxy square, which might be a reduction of cost. It just might be there's a design, it might be a design, but there's also, maybe it's just simpler to make it very squarish for manufacturing.
But let's think about the design of another item, which was very, I think we can compare with the typewriters, is the design of cars. So when we just turning around myself, can we see my face or do you, I don't know. So I think when we compare the design of cars, say before the war, everything was in black. The typewriters mostly were black. And then after the war, everyone wants to get rid of the old times. And they started to build more rounded cars. If you see the 40s, the 50s, or here in Germany, the Beetle or something like this, we had the round, curvy design. And later, maybe end of the 60s, there was another change. The cars went boxier, they had more square design, and same did the typewriters or the telephones. And I think it's a change. Maybe it comes every 15 years when all of a sudden everyone says, oh no, I can't stand anymore this design. It reminds me of the past. We want something new. We want some modern. And maybe this
and a
is
lot of the time, those changes tend to be precipitated not by the market, which tends to get the blame, or for, it's like, oh, everyone wanted something different. No, it's usually designers who, like, one designer will say, oh, and I'm going to break away from the trends that everyone else is doing because I think it's time for a change. And if that change that they propose and reaches the market, if that is received really well, then you see this wave of that's how trends are developed. Yeah. And we see that either with brand new products. So when the iPhone was introduced, within 3 years, every phone looked exactly like the iPhone, basically, right? But because it had completely changed the game. It wasn't, the design didn't need to look like that from everybody. But it was it was associated with the success of the item. So everyone else, every other company just went, well, we're gonna have to make touchscreen phones as well. So we'll just make them the same. They'll all be rectangles and pretty small. Whereas if you look at mobile phones before that, they were all things that would fit in your hands, but they all looked completely different. So the trend didn't really have any purpose. It was kind of market driven, but if Johnny Ive hadn't decided that a rectangle with a big black screen was the way to go, we could have had any number of other things. And it's really easy to see the inflection points for those trends. But I think you're right. Like, some of them are definitely driven by things that are happening in the world. You can definitely see a huge shift in changes in architecture and fashion and product design after World War II. And everyone wanted something that felt brighter and nicer and happier. And even saying that, we got brutalism, like brutalist architecture after the post-war, but which now tends to look really, it's like, who wants plain bare concrete blocks of things? But the idea was that was associated with this utopian vision of a perfect future. Like the simplicity of that was what was driving it, the simplicity of the message, and like the purity of it, not ordaining buildings with stuff that was unnecessary because we've just gone through this big war. We want to make sure we're telling a very simple story. These are places that we want people to live in and to enjoy, and that will give everyone what they want, and we'll surround them with lots of green things. Of course, the gardens and a lot of brutalist buildings haven't been kept up, so now we just have bare concrete, not all of that lovely green space. But what's really interesting too, I think, is to see how some of those shifts have now changed to be global shifts rather than before. When we had a global marketplace 50, 60, 70 years ago, it wasn't anywhere near as connected as it is now. So you could have little trends that were still more local, even if the products were sold everywhere. So you can see that in Olivetti's designs, which were way more colorful and curvy, even through the 70s than anyone else was producing. And it's the same with different cars, Italian cars, just like Italian typewriters. Like we're still more curvy and colorful.
Yeah.
And they bucked the trend. They said, "Oh no, you can do your thing. You can go gray and boxy. We're going to stay curvy and red."
Yeah, there's a perspective I think you get when you're interpreting whatever you're living through, and later on you don't really appreciate. Yeah, it's like, what were they thinking? Well, there was a method of thought that was going on there, and it's not apparent. Unless when you look back on it, it's if you didn't live it, you don't quite understand what people were thinking was art. And when we left the 60s, I think there's part of the 70s were recovery from the 60s, and the hippiedom that was still wanting to be there but not wanting to be there, and trying to find the bridge into this futureness. And that's, I think, how we got that angularness, get away from the rounded. The hippie kind of styles of colors, the Beatles use that stuff, and all that. It's interesting to see how it gets reflected in these typewriters too. I mean, it's even there.
Well, that Robert, thank you for showing those two brothers. I just haven't come across one in person in the right timing of one that's priced right. Hasn't come across, but that blue one, that JP1, I guess.
JP1.
I feel like I need that. Thank you for the model precision, Daniel. That's you've now searched. Oh God, there's more. That's
a JP7. That's the last model, the last manual. So JP7.
Oh.
And JP7 has the automatic release, but it also this one happens to be 12-inch wide, but this is just because this model is 12-inch wide, but JP7 is the last one, and it types the best in my view, but
amazing.
It's very subjective. Very subjective.
Of course.
And brothers were like I only because I keep coming across them, but I just haven't bought one. But I'm still in research mode on the brothers. They rebranded, like not rebranded, but they white labeled their machines for a lot of people. Just in the UK, they're like Silver Reeds and Boots, which is one of the pharmacy brands here. They sold them, and a bunch of others that I've seen. I can tell. Like it's like, okay, I can recognize that as a brother. It's got the same keys, but they've just changed the mask in some way. But
very, very correct. And one company that almost did that for the majority of their production, which was 1 million typewriters a year, was Nakajima. And you will find a few Nakajima under their own brand name, but the rest are all for big stores, big other brands. And Olympia, the last Olympias were Nakajimas. The last Hermes were built by Nakajima.
Oh wow!
And so on and so forth. So Nakajima was for hire, and they would do a run of 100,000 or 150,000 for one company, then switch and do a different run for a different company. And it's amazing to think that they were so quick in changing their machinery. The inside is the same, so the mechanism doesn't vary very much, but the outside can change very much. Yeah,
which is something that obviously happens a lot now in like the car industry does that a lot. You got chassis that are the same chassis and just with a different wrapper, basically.
Yes, but that's the same company, right? So Toyota and Volkswagen have the same kind of base chassis, and then they build on that. But I think it's within the same company, whereas the Japanese made it labeled with somebody else's name, right? So that's
well, and there's even but there's even some cross-pollination in the car industry, which I've heard this from reputable sources that like the Nissan has a like one of Nissan's sport cars, the GTR, apparently has like the same like the core of the chassis is the same as one of the models of Land Rover, which are that there's no connection company wise there, but it's because even Land Rover as a British company buys a lot of its parts as stock from other companies that are bigger and that have bigger manufacturing capabilities. So whether that's the electronics that are inside or something else, they're building a car that looks very different, and once you add up all the parts is unique. But this, yeah, I remember I got to drive the GTR around a track once, and I was told that the chassis is the same as a Land Rover, and that's why it doesn't handle that well. And then I confirmed that with someone who worked at Land Rover, and they were like, yeah, the basic elements of the chassis are like identical.
So it makes sense to financial sense. If it's working, just slap a new cover on top of it and match the fat of the day.
Well, and it's, it's done, in small ways. It's done with all the electronics we use, the number of chipsets that are made by one company, and then like Samsung makes a lot of chipsets for a lot of different companies, including Apple. Like there are still parts of Apple computers that are made by Samsung. Yeah, even some of their screens, like the touch screens, at least a few years ago, all of Apple's touch screens were manufactured by Samsung. And they're just because some of these companies have grown to an extent that they're really good component manufacturers, and they might also be public consumer brands. But like a company like Samsung, just like Sony is such a big company. They've got divisions that just make things, like parts for things. And then some of their consumer divisions use those parts, but then other companies use those parts as well. And I think all of that stuff probably only really started in the last 100 years, and probably less than the last 100 years, where you got to the point where I'll shut up after this because I realize I'm talking way too much. But one of the patents that I read about that Olivetti received was actually they filed for a patent for exactly what Daniel just described that Brother did, or not Brother. What was it? Is Nakajima? Am I saying that right? Nakajima, yes. Yeah. Where they would just replace the insides would be the same, but they'd replace the mask. Olivetti was awarded a patent for doing exactly that, and it's when the Latera 32 came out. And if anyone who's used Olivetti's knows that pretty much every model of portable that Olivetti made after the L32 came out is essentially an L32 with a different mask on the outside. But they were awarded a patent for it. So some engineer in the company, it's just one guy's name that's on it, that I came across, and it's like he went, oh wait, but if we do this right, we can have just the same connection points, and we take that off and it's just the mechanism, and we can make the outside look like whatever you want. And I have a couple of Olivetti's, and there's the Latera 32 and then the 35, for instance, which looks very space aged and has a complete solid base. It's my favorite of the Olivetti portables because you can type with it on your lap because it's basically a table. And they're exactly the same inside, but they end up feeling and looking completely different. And I think it's genius. But the fact that they were able to get a patent for it means that maybe it was happening before and no one thought to file a patent, but I think they were really thinking much bigger. They were thinking that as a global company that was trying to appease different markets and come up with as efficient an operation as possible. And if you can have a manufacturing plant in Spain and in Italy and in Mexico, I know they at least had those three, and in Brazil, they also had Brazil. And if you can just have them if you can ship the same equipment and same parts to each of those, it's really easy to get them up and running and to train new people on them. And then they can just make as many models as needed because the core manufacturing line that's making the innards is the same in every part of the world, and all your spare parts are the same, and it's a really efficient way of working. And they were doing that in the early 1960s, I think, was when that patent was filed.
A lot of American cars did that in the 70s.
It's smart. It does risk making things more boring, but as long as the outside looks really interesting, then we're safe.
That's true.
It's like it's all soil and green. It's whether you want it in a hot dog or a hamburger.
Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
Hey, this is my newest, not intentional again, kind of like Dan and his not intentional.
Is that a 440?
It is.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that's a beast.
Oh
It
yeah,
was,
they
It
are.
was completely not intentional, but I went to the
Did you trip
antique
over it?
store. What?
Did you trip over it at the antique store?
No, actually, I didn't. I went to the antique store because it had been 2 years. It'd been since before the pandemic that I'd actually been to an antique store.
Wow.
And so I thought, damn it, it's Saturday. Why don't I do something for me? And so I went to, there's only 2 that I've ever really been to and with any frequency. And so I went, and there was some portables and a toy at the first, and it's like one of the portables was a Smith Corona clipper. To this day, I don't own a clipper, but I really don't want one. I don't know why. I have enough silence and a couple of silent supers that I really don't need another one. Not that I needed another standard either, but yeah, I went to the other place and apparently this has been sitting there since 2016. And the guy, it's like, I asked the guy if this is the only typewriter he had, and he said, "No, I found this interesting." I didn't respond to it, but he said, "Typewriters used to be a thing. Have any of you encountered that? That typewriters used to be a thing?" I mean, and it's like, I think I mentioned it last night, and I mentioned it to somebody on Messenger, and she said one of the resellers around her had said the same thing, and I found that interesting. So I guess typewriters are no longer a thing, but
That's weird. I didn't get that memo.
I know I didn't either, but yeah, he said he'd give me 40% off. I mean, it wasn't that much to begin with, but 40% off. Okay, that's cool. I tried it out, they pulled it up so I could try it out, and I tried it out, and it types really well. And it's elite typeface, so I seem to be a type snob at the moment. So on everything but Smith Premier, I have not been able to find any odd typefaces for that one yet, but I haven't exactly been looking, so but anyway,
that's really cool.
But yeah, I just picked it up, and it works well, even with the old ribbon in it. I was able to get a type sample and all that, and I put it on the database, and it's from 1966 by the serial number.
Okay.
Which it took me a while to find. And basically, I'll pop it off. Oh, there it is on the side, on the inside of the body, on the frame.
Okay.
It wasn't in the back under the right side of the carriage like normal. So anyway,
it was the 440 that I took off the ribbon cover, and it has these huge empty compartments on either side, and in one of those there was a toothbrush.
Oh my.
Well, I mean, you might as well store something in there, because there's those huge compartments, and it's like,
yeah, you could. You could. There's plenty of space in there.
Yeah.
They made it so big and heavy, but they did.
Just in case you brush up on your typewriter skills.
Yeah.
I'll get my
code. Christoph has a question.
Yeah, Christoph.
Yeah, I watched the Jovan clip, the road trip.
Oh yeah.
And you talked about design and everything. I didn't know about the typewriter he booked during his road trip, the Royal Empress. I didn't heard anything of it. I didn't know it. I love the design, the 60 design. It's just awesome. I didn't find any Empress here in in France, in Spain, on market, on internet market. It was only for the American market. No, I don't know, because the design is very cool, and I didn't find any model here in Europe. But the design in coal is very the 60s design between the beginning of plastic and the end of metal, and it's very cool, and it's a big machine. Have you ever heard of this model?
I've heard of it. I haven't seen one though. Yeah.
It's just a Royal FP with a new body, just like it's just a Royal KHM and every previous model with a new body. So if you just find an empty body, just buy any other Royal Standard and boom, you're good to go. You can swap it.
I saw the margins. The margin are the same system than the Hermes. No.
Yeah, oh yeah. You got to remember that they every time they came out with a new model of typewriter, they didn't R&D and design and build a chassis and a typewriter from the ground up. They just reused the last one and made some improvements to improve something, because it costs, like today it'd be like inventing a whole new computer chipset. People just don't do that. You have to invest millions and millions of dollars to do that. Typewriters were the same way. The same typewriters. If you look through, when you get enough typewriters, you look through the same models from year to year, they're fundamentally the same typewriters. The brackets that hold on the bodies will be a little different because they're trying to accommodate the new style, but the internal mechanics will generally be all the same. And then you see the obsolescence part of the development, right? They start substituting old cast iron steel products with, like the plastic spools, and it gets more plastic. Anyway, those are the changes you'd see. But fundamentally, if you watch Joe's video there, when Kevin opens up the top of that Empress, it's exactly the same as what you'll find in the Royal FP. It's got the same touch mechanism. He says, "Oh, look at all the space between where the spools are and the edge of the body." They just made the body wider.
Yeah.
Space in, just like the 440.
Yeah, exactly.
A little uglier than the Empress, but it's exactly the same typewriter as the Empress. There's no difference. So yeah, you find one, you pretty much got the same thing. It's just the body that you'll like, and even today that appeals to everybody's sense of style, right? You're going, I love an Empress, but you can buy one from the last 70 years and get the exact same typewriter. But if the body's different, you're maybe not as excited about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the long story. Sorry, Christoph.
No. That's okay.
I think I told Joe that he was an enabler.
Yeah, well, that's why we're all here.
Yeah.
The difference between plastic and metal is very clear on Hermes 3000. When you have the 50 model and the 70 model, the parts are the same. When I repaired my green, the 70 model helped me a lot to repair the green, but there's a lot of plastic parts everywhere. they made some little modification under the carriage. Some parts are replaced by small plastic parts. But it's funny to have the difference between the two models between the years.
Yeah. Hey, Sean, do you know if they've made the 440 in different colors?
No, by the time the 440 came out, it was going back to being a very boring office style typewriter for companies that couldn't afford Selectrics.
Yeah.
You would never get caught dead at home with a 440 unless you stole it from the office. Because I think they were pretty boring. I mean, that was late 60s by the time the 440s
this
came out.
is 66.
Yeah.
And,
unfortunately, the Royals, I think everybody, like the early 60s style, it started sort of tapering off and everybody started getting boxier and more angular.
Yeah.
And Royals back to being, well, they were never ugly before that, but they were pretty, 440s were boring. No offense to Diane, because it types well. It's just an FP and a Empress and all the other ones, so it's beautiful that way. But body style, I mean, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
And I'd put my toothbrush in it if I could. You know, that's where I'd stick my toothbrush. Why not?
Yeah.
I was just able to give it a good blowout, because I figure once it starts getting cold, there won't be any blowing out until spring.
Yeah. Yeah.
And about all the design things you said, I heard before. The most the Valentine was a concept by architect, if I remember. And I found, I found a furniture from this architect.
Oh,
I don't remember his name, Ettore or something. I don't remember his name. Sotas, thank you. And I found the furniture from Ettore Sotas. It was like a very colored bookshelf, but if I remember, $7,000 or $5,000. The little bookshelf with red, white, and blue color, like a kid bookshelf you could find in IKEA. But this one get a plate Ettore Sotas, and it's $5,000. But what was funny, but I don't remember, but Ettore Sotas get a full in a museum, a full set in a museum, but I don't remember where, in Italy or in USA, because he made a lot of things during the 60s.
New York, the MoMA. The MoMA has
the MoMA in New York.
Ettore Sotas collection, yes.
Okay.
Museum of Modern Art.
Yeah.
MoMA. I think, yeah, I mean, at least a couple of years ago they did. I mean, I know they rotate displays eventually, but yeah, like, I mean, I'm a big Henry Dreyfuss fan, you know, for his industrial design of locomotives and toasters and phones and everything else. But his stuff is a lot cheaper, Christophe, than Ettore's is. So if you want to buy an old Frigidaire from 1952, that'll be like $100 maybe. So that's the way to go. Much cheaper than Ettore's furniture.
Yeah.
And you can cool your beer off in it.
if it still works.
Yeah. It's just a compressor. You can pump her back up.
There you go.
Too funny.
Jean, do you have a 440?
No, I don't have a 440. I've seen a few Empresses, like to everybody's comments earlier. I won't buy one because they are much bigger and much wider. Like, they're the same everything inside. They're an FP just with that bigger, wider body.
Exactly.
But I thought the FP was big, but the Empress is just a monster. And so there's no need to have it. I get all the same type of experiences from the 6 FPs I've already got.
Yeah.
And then the 440 that I saw, I never liked it really. It reminded me of a dull, drab, you know, 70s office environment.
Yeah.
It's got that browny beige that looks like it's just dirty and you can never quite clean it right. And it just never turned me on. It just sort of, you know, like, I think it was Rich that said, you know, used to be ashamed of the 70s. Well, some of the style cues of the 70s I still cannot just do, but I love the 70s now from a nostalgic point of view. But a 440, sorry, I'll leave it to Diane to report back.
You know, Sean, in that case, you would love my mom's stove.
Oh,
I
love old
it's
stoves.
vintage. It's vintage 1972. It's that gold color that I think they call it
Harvest Gold. I love Harvest Gold.
Gold.
Yeah.
Yeah. It still works.
Well, you know what? Don't tell her never to get rid of it, because, you know, now everything's chip run and it's going to die in a year and a half, and you're going to have to pay $2,000 unless you buy a new stove. So keep the old one.
Well, she did have to get rid of the refrigerator. It finally did die a couple of years ago. It's funny. She writes down, and she probably has the receipt from it, for all I know. But she wrote down the date of purchase. It was, I think, August 29th of 1972 or something like that. It's like, seriously, you wrote this down?
She's the kind of person that when I buy a typewriter, you'd find the receipt, the original receipt in there of the date and time and how much she paid for it. And Like I love that stuff. So thank God for people like your mom.
That's almost exactly 50 years ago.
Yep.
Well, yeah, 72. Geez, crepes. That's
29 August. That's like 10 days.
I
Yeah.
may or may not have been born in 1972.
I think you're more of an 80s baby, Gregory. You're a young looking guy.
Oh no.
I'm trying to give you a compliment here. Come on.
I know.
Everybody
I
wants
don't
to be
want to be
older
an
till they're
80s
older.
baby, though.
Yeah.
I am a 80s baby.
Oh yeah.
Good for you, Christoph.
Yeah, we're not jealous at all.
Yeah.
I don't think I own a machine that was made the year I was born, so oh well. I'd
Good
say
question.
this is probably the closest one to it, and it's still a couple of years off. So
My Skyrider's a 59, so that's the same age.
Oh, okay.
Well, Rich, you come from the era of the Tri-5 Chevys and all that, so everything around your time is going to be awesome and cool. But when you get into the 70s, like, you know, Gregory and me, things are a little more boring-y.
Yeah, but y'all came out of it, so it must have been good.
We're okay. We're okay.
I don't know. I got a cool motorcycle my year.
Oh yeah.
What year is that,
Yeah.
Roger?
1975.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, yeah. Cycles are cool from the 70s now.
Yeah. Well, the brand stayed almost the same from the 30s till now.
It
Yeah.
did.
So, Harley Davidson.
Oh, Harley. Okay.
Oh.
Well, I think the parts are made different places now, aren't they?
Probably.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting time capsules out there.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd just give you a quick update that finally, after a week, the seller of the €100 Selectric 2 has replied.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not working. Needs a bit of TLC, has not been used for a long time, and has been sitting up.
Oh.
Typical.
Sounds like an adventure.
You're not getting €100 for it, so
Yeah.
I've
Wow.
offered 20
Oh wow.
on the basis that, you know, it
Yeah.
could be something fairly simple. It's not making a humming sound when it's switched on. It could be something as simple as a fuse, or it could be a catastrophic mouse.
Yeah,
injury.
everything's wrong.
Yeah.
So the Selectric 2s, those I think those were the ones used in Mad Men. Anybody familiar with that?
Madman.
Mad Men, the
A
series?
TV series.
Yeah.
I think you'd want to be mad to broken.
Strange show, but I think it was
I don't know.
60s.
Were they the curved ones? Because that's the
Yeah.
original Selectric.
That's
That's the original
I think
Selectric.
the first and the number 2s were both curved. Oh no. Maybe not. The 2s and 3s look the same, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're very boxy.
Yeah.
I got my like I've got my Selectric 2 still sitting in the States, and I didn't pay anything for it, and I think I overpaid because it wasn't working. Like that. Just to be fair, if it was working, it would have been a great deal. But like, I don't know whether I'll ever be able to get it working. It's kind of half taken apart, and yeah, it's like you said. Like if they're not working, it could just be a fuse, or it could be something catastrophic that you won't be able to fix.
So there's somebody on YouTube that walks through taking those things apart.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
remember who it is.
Dwayne Jensen in Phoenix.
Was it him?
Oh, he has dozens of Selectric repair type.
Yeah.
He seems to
Phoenix
I don't
typewriters,
know,
right?
I feel like I know him. Yeah, that's the guy. And it's like you're just watching all this. Like this guy likes pain.
But it shows you that it's not impossible. You know, it is achievable. When you watch him take it apart, you know, it's like, oh, really? I mean, I would never have dreamed of opening a thing up before. You know.
Yeah, we see. Earlier on, I was talking about the fact there's 3 for sale. One is €30, and the guy says it's not working. However, it is making a humming sound when it comes on, so the motor's working. There's one for sale for 50 quid, and the owner says it is working. and he says it's working fine. Fingers crossed. And the 100 quid one, they weren't answering, and now they've answered and said it's not working. Like,
well, neither is the sale.
On the price, you know.
Well, they're a joy to use when they're working.
That's the point. So I'll have a look at the working one first.
Yeah.
So he's only about 10 miles away. So in the next few days, I'm going to pop down and just have a look and see if it is working, and just to make sure everything is working. You know, the Selectric 2 can suffer from sticky keys, and, you know, so there could be simple faults with it, or maybe it is working flawlessly. Before I have a look at the 2 that aren't working. Then have to watch 100 hours of Dwayne's videos to figure out what's wrong.
Yeah. If it is working, that's a pretty good price for one, actually.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed. It's fingers crossed it is working as he says, as he claims. There's only one type ball with it, but I mean, I presume those things are they easy to find?
They're easy to find, but they're not necessarily cheap.
Yeah.
They're not expensive, but they're not, it's not like $1, you know. I mean, you might pay $20 or whatever, but you can find them.
On the internet, you could find the maintenance manual for the Selectric. I found the maintenance manual for Selectric 1, 2, and 3 on PDF.
I think you showed that here, didn't you? You showed us that a few weeks ago, didn't you? On screen, or somebody did, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Find well, so, that's handy, but I don't fancy being the one to get into the innards of a Selectric. Yeah. I prefer it was just working, to be honest.
Yeah,
that makes things easier for sure.
Anyway, I have to go. I have to go and make dinner. So,
all right,
ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure as always.
Always, yes.
Yeah, very entertaining hangout this week.
All right, thank you so much, Anthony.
A very good evening from the Boyne Valley in Ireland, and I hope you all have a great day.
Very nice, thank you.
Yes, bye.
Hey, Anthony.
Bye. Good talking to you.
Bye bye.
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 Hey, Ken, how are you?
Oh, doing all right. Doing fine. Listening to Dan, I lost a little bit of that. I had to run an errand, but
okay.
But yeah, it's we're doing okay. I'm after listening to parts of Dan, but then the one about the rocket, gave me more hope. Maybe not feeling so bad about using that one. It is nice. It's just between that and the Latera 32. I know that's not a real popular one either, but that works. They just type well, you know, just navigate well. But still looking for the KMM. If I can find a Royal KMM around, I think that'll be that and SM9. And then some of our friends, I think I mentioned this a couple weekends ago, their 10-year-old granddaughter borrowed my that rocket, and I talked to our friends today, and she's since gone back to her mom, but said she wrote so many letters to her parents and all her friends, and our friends actually had to go out and buy stamps so she could mail all those letters that she typed up with this rocket. So
amazing.
Well, that's neat. Hopefully, I'm still kind of looking around for a baby or a rocket, something like that she could get. And then she doesn't live here in Seguin, but she lives in a closer town, and you know, maybe she'll start a trend with her little 10-year-old friends or something in school. Never know. The next generation. So keep an eye out for that. That's about it. Everything else, just school and work.
Yeah.
Once I get done with school, I'll start working on that.
Yeah.
Electric 1 and ripping into that. See what happens with that one.
Yeah, I would be curious about that, because this Electric 1 is the one I'm most interested in. I love the look of those.
Just it's neat that they don't have a cartridge. It's more the old school that you can use the old school ribbons on them. And after I get that done, I'll probably go to that Nakajima, or what is it? That Olympiette that that segment, or that looks like a manual on the inside. It's got the type bars and all that, but I swore off electrics, but I couldn't pass them up. They were nice. So we'll see how that goes. Get them fixed and then seal them up and put them away in a closet somewhere till we find somebody that wants them. Find somebody that's interested in electrics. But.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you hear about, maybe people with arthritis might benefit from those, or people that aren't entirely sold on manual typewriters and the effort it takes to press the keys, like kids that would be a good one for younger people. So, yeah.
Yeah, I found one up the road, well, it was
Tom Cruise is doing, Jerry Maguire. So they had the guys.
Oh. I muted him.
Oh, that's right. But there was a quiet rider or a travel rider just up the road at one of the antique malls, but it's missing one of the keys. So I'm gonna have to post on the maintenance, see if somebody's got the little plastic keys for it. But that'd be nice.
Travel rider. Who makes that?
Remington, I think. It's like the quiet rider, except it's called travel rider. It's a little smaller, which is closer to a rocket. It'd be more her size. I took one of the Smith Coronas. I thought I'd got a Smith Corona 5, but I said, "Hey, do you think she'd like that?" And they said, "Well, she really liked that green." It's like, all right. So we'll get something that looks more like her.
So what's the aversion to electric typewriters?
They're just so uniform. I mean, the typeface, there's no variation in them. It doesn't look like it's a manual, I just like the looks of the variations on the imperfections, that it's actually a manual typewriter.
Oh, they look digital to you.
Well, I'm IT. I've been IT since forever. I've just been doing IT stuff, and then did the Air Force. I did IT, and then I got out with one of the automotive manufacturers and do IT. And I just want something that's manual, something that's not non-electric. But I have no problems with other people using them. I'm just not. I just don't like that uniformity.
I just don't like having a cord. That's the main thing. I'd love to have a Smith Corona, an Alpine, one of the old ones. I forget. They look like the 5 Series kind of, but I forget what they are. But I'd love to have one of those. But the only thing is, it still has a cord, so I have to put it somewhere where there's a cord I can plug in.
Well, Joe had a video of one of Kevin Kittle's typewriters called the Power Writer, and it can actually use batteries instead of a cord. So look for that one. It's probably pretty rare, but
use batteries. Wow.
Yeah.
Right. That means use batteries. Wow.
Yeah.
Right. That means you can connect it to a solar panels.
I would assume so. Yeah.
Like Sean's radio, he puts Bluetooth on it.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't have solar panels hooked up to that yet, Rich.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that.
I'm just happy I got a new tube that worked in it, so I felt like a real man there for a bit.
Well, we use tubes. My amps use tubes, so they're not like they're going away. So.
Well, and it's funny, the tube that blew out in this particular radio was when I went online to see if I could find new ones before I went and pillaged one from another radio I had. I was like, oh man, it's going to probably cost $1 bazillion to find a tube. But the particular tube that went out was just an amplifier tube. And of course, those are used in speakers and they're still making them new. So there's an absolute ton of these particular model of tubes, and they were only like $8, $9, $10, right? So I thought, oh, well, what a win. So yeah, so I'm not worried about finding the right tubes that I need now, unless it's a really old radio. So
Last another 50 years.
yeah, well, at least it'll last another couple of years until it blows out again. I mean, I use that one a lot to listen to music, so it gets more use than other radios.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And it heats your room up in the winter too.
Well, exactly. It warms things up nice. Like, don't touch that thing for 20 minutes after you turn it off, because you'll burn your fingers off.
Yeah. You have to wait for it to warm up.
Yeah, and that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good old days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the ham radio guys have a thing about radios that glow in the dark. You know, you don't use anything with the new silicon. It's just they don't glow in the dark, then they don't want it. But
yeah,
there aren't a whole lot of them left, I don't think. And maybe there'll be a resurgence with
Purist
later on.
Yeah.
If you can find the tube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been typing, Sean?
What am I typing?
Yeah.
I'm working on a story that I'm calling the Chinatown Poker Club.
Oh.
And I've been trying to draw inspiration to get myself back into writing. And so I work downtown in the city here in a big office building, office towers. And when I leave the office to go stretch my legs and grab a coffee, lately in the last couple of weeks, there's been a group of about 4 or 5 or 6 very, very old Chinese ladies sitting down in the lobby playing 5-card stud in the lobby on the chairs, you know, and this isn't a sanitary styled office building like you always see. And so I don't consider the office building that inviting for people, but we're only a couple blocks away from Chinatown. So these old ladies, they come in obviously from Chinatown, they sit down in the big cushy chairs in the lobby and they whip out a deck of cards and money and they start absolutely just going at each other. And I would not fight these ladies. Like, I'd rather fight the gangs or the triads or anybody else. They look rough. And there's this one 96-year-old lady that sits behind them. She never plays, but she always has comments about everybody. And you can just tell by the way she delivers them, right? It's all in Chinese or, you know, Mandarin or one of the languages. And she's just blah, 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 blah. And they all sort of give her the look, and then they go to playing there, and they're exchanging money. And so I stopped and I sort of stared from across the lobby here about a week and a half ago, and I went, I got to write a story about this because it's such a weird thing. I never thought really old little Chinese ladies would be playing 5-card stud. Like, it's not mahjong or anything like that. 'Cause I know how it looks, but they're laying down the money and they're yelling at each other, and security's never bothered them, never kicked them out here, at least for the last couple of weeks. So I've been sort of really inspired to, I wonder what's going on there. How did they get into 5-card stud? Because it's not a traditional, you know, Asian game by any means.
No
So
earbuds?
anyway, yeah. So, so that's what I'm writing about. Is I'm just trying to put some thoughts together in a way that I could share it, and people wouldn't think I was a horrible 5-year-old writer.
Are you writing fiction or an expose?
I don't know. It's more of I'm making up a bit of a story because I don't speak the language. I'm not really sure what's going on, but it's made my mind go, how did they get into that game? What do they say to each other? What's their relationship like, you know, when they're fighting for money here in this office building for 3-4 hours in the afternoon every day for the last couple of weeks. So I want to sort of just make up something about how it all happened and what they talk about and what it looks like. I don't really know what the end is. It probably meets none of the check boxes for writing a story, you know, but I just want to write it because I want to get back to just doing it for me, not for what I think I should.
It's a chapter in your memoirs. You'll be able to remember.
Yeah, it'll be a weird, odd chapter for sure.
That's cool.
Very cool.
So that's what I'm trying to just put that together. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah.
Hi, William. How are you?
Doing good. How about yourself there?
Very good. Very good.
That's good. Yeah, we were at church this morning. It was my turn to help count the offering, and then we went to a local restaurant for lunch and had a visit with some other customers, and I just got home about 10 minutes ago. I thought, I wonder if the meeting's still on.
Yep, still on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd stop in and just say hi.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Excellent.
Hi.
I know your work is very, very busy, but is there anything new with you as far as like typewriters or writing or anything?
Yes, there is. Just I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Sounds good. We're timing you.
Yep, and go. So, that reminds me. So I was going to say, so I did find a Smith Corona, 50 Smith Corona Super 5 Silent Super that's on its way. I don't have it yet. I think it's hopefully going to be here in the next week. But you know how we talk sometimes about people find these neat typefaces, you know, and everybody else is like, oh man, geez, I wish I knew about that. So I was, you know, people don't print the best like type samples on eBay, right? They just sort of maybe smack a couple of letters and people gloss over it and pass it by, because typically the typewriter needs a new ribbon and you can't really read what they wrote anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I kept staring at this one that was only like $60, this Silent Super, a little dirty looking, but I realized, I'm like, oh geez, the typeface looks a bit different. So thank God for Ted Monk, you know, went on to his Nom de Type Styles guide. I found a Silent Super. It's got a typeface called Empire number 65, which is not Pika, not Elite. It's Pika size, but it's called Empire. And I like anything named Empire, Imperial, Congress, those kinds of, anyway, different looking letters. And I thought, man, what a win. And this summer has been super cheap on eBay for some reason. Like it's either inflation, gas prices, summer holidays, or a combination, the economy and everything else. But I've gotten a fairly few good typewriters this summer off of eBay, much cheaper than they typically I would find them. So I felt pretty good. I'm excited to see what this is and show it off.
Yeah. Very nice.
Anyway, William's back. So there, I filled up the time, William. It's yours.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. Chance some of you will recognize this.
Brother?
Yep.
Charger 11. Charger 11. Great. You owe me a beer, Gregory.
Sean Capidia. Not Wikipedia, it's Sean Capidia.
Sean, yeah. Gregorypedia. Oh yeah. Oh, the correction charger.
Yeah. That's the one. That's the very one I had that my niece has now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I had to go up to the next town north to get some parts. And that same town has what's, yeah, my wife has a TV on.
Oh.
There we go. You got headphones on now. So in Nanton is a store called the Candy Store. And they also have a selection of antiques. So the first thing I saw when I walked in there was a Dutch-built Halberg Royalite, which had obviously suffered from the hands of children. Type bars all over the place, one key broken off. It looked pretty sad. I thought, that's not worth my time or effort. Went around a bit further and happened to come across a Smith Corona. Honestly, it was like a Corsair series, either 5Y or 6Y series. Ribbon cover was missing. Yes, it still had the original metal spools, but the whole machine looked pretty beat up, and somebody had the original decal was missing, and somebody had stuck on Majestic 600 decal on there instead, or name tag, and so that's what it was listed as, and again, way too beat up. Then under a chair, I happened to see this case standing on its edge. I thought I recognized that case, pulled it out, opened it up. Here was this.
Nice.
And so, yeah, so I think it already has a new home. I won't divulge into that as we're live. All right, but yep. I put a one issue it does have is the letter A and the question mark goes terribly on the bottom half.
Huh.
I think the actual type slug itself is leaning forward too far, and they only get the top of the curve in about the middle of the type line.
Huh.
So it needs some serious adjustment, or just don't use it. Other than that, the platinum specs out about a Shaw 94A, which isn't too bad. And last night on the Type and Talk, we got talking about the Dreyfus design of the Quite Deluxe. And so I brought mine up in 1946, 48. I got putting my fingernail into the platen. I thought, this feels awful abnormally soft. So I got my durometer, showing 92A on a 1948 Royal White Deluxe. I'm thinking that machine must have been replatened at some time. Because you wouldn't have a platen that soft on a machine that old.
Seems like it, yeah. Interesting.
Well, that's a nice find then.
Yeah. And how do you like that typewriter?
Which one?
Oh, sorry, the Brother Charger 11.
I've only written a couple of paragraphs on it so far.
Okay.
Possibly my plan for this afternoon is to get it out of its case, strip it down, give it a wash off with Varsol, spray gun, dry with compressed air, and clean it up, and then see what it needs.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Yeah. I'm half tempted to try and get another Brother Charger 11. Oh man.
That good, huh?
Because I like when I went to visit my niece that has it, and I was typing, I was like, oh man. And I know she's not really using it, but at the same time, I would never ask for it back, because I gave it to her. But yeah, there's some regrets in the back of my mind.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah.
Well, the Brother Charger 11s are not that rare, and you're going to find another one.
That's true. That's true. Yep. Yeah.
And as far as I can tell, with this having no paper rest and having the plastic back and the correction feature, serial number is Mike 332503130. Tells me it's December 1983.
Yeah. Yep.
If it was 73, it would still have the flip up paper support. If it's 63, it would be a very early model.
Oh yeah.
And by 93, they stopped making them.
Yeah. I want to say the one I gave to my niece was an 81 or an 82, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this has actually been the brother episode. We've seen a lot of brother typewriters today.
Did I bring a brother out, I guess? Probably.
You should have, but it's kind of late now.
You say the Brother Epica?
Huh?
What's that?
Did somebody say a Brother Epica?
No.
Okay.
I was just thinking I should have brought a brother out.
Okay. Because we have a Chevrolet Epica, and I thought, I wonder.
Oh.
I have a Brother Fairmont typewriter.
Oh.
Fairmont.
Yes, it's an electric.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
bye, Chris. We'll see you next time.
Bye, Chris.
Very good seeing you.
Bye.
Brothers, yeah.
Do you have it there with you, Diane?
I do. I'm going to see if I can find it on the database. I think I have it out there, but if I don't, I'll open up the case.
Okay.
It's not exactly the lightest thing I own.
Yeah.
John, what are you typing on?
Torpedo 18B, 1960. Got it at a crappy little, or actually a cute little antique store in Bozeman, Montana. In 2015, when we were driving through, I was looking for railroad stuff, and went into the basement because the lady said that they might have some old railroad stuff down there, and they had a shelf full of old typewriters in 2015. Yeah, so there was this folding Corona 3 and a bunch of other ones that I really didn't know much about and so didn't appreciate fully. But man, looking back, I would have bought most of them. But all I did was walk out with this thing, and I was just writing earlier. When I got it, Rich, I thought it was sort of a crappy typewriter. Like it felt really weird to type on. But years later now that my typing styles developed, this is one of the best typing typewriters I've got. And I realized,
Cool color. I like
yeah,
that.
and it's got that bluebird color, like
Yeah,
it's also
yeah.
called bluebird, but But yeah, like it's such a good typewriter and it feels so good. But in 2015, I was still just a kid as far as typing touch yet. So I was used to shitty typewriters, but now I'm used to better typewriters.
That's cool.
That's good.
Yeah,
Yes.
we had Lynn on earlier. She would have appreciated it.
Oh yeah, Lynn, how's Lynn doing?
She's doing well. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's nice to see people come back every once in a while.
Yeah. Yeah. It is. Definitely.
Yeah. All right. Well, I might cruise because we're almost at 2:00.
Yeah, getting there. She has her brother typewriter.
Oh
there.
yeah.
Let me
We gotta
zoom
look
in
at
on
that
it.
first.
Oh, I've seen those. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom's next door neighbor gave it to me. It was one of these oh, it's just been sitting around here and I plugged it in and hey, it works.
Yeah.
I don't use it too often, but it works.
Yeah. Does it have a loud hum to it? Oh, it's not plugged in.
Not plugged in. It's in
Not right now, it doesn't.
Yeah, I know. It's silent.
It's a silent typewriter.
Oh God, it's crap.
Don't put your knees or back out.
Yeah. Or your shoulders either.
Or or anything.
Yeah.
My back's getting sore watching you.
I remember in one of the early episodes of Typewriter Club Live, I went to pick up a typewriter and my shoulders screamed at me and I was like, that was not smart.
That'll happen.
Yeah.
Oh, of course,
Paget's disease.
Yeah.
of course the plug's on the wrong side.
Oh.
Well, I'd rather it be on the other side, but
Yeah.
Well, you'll quite often find that the Japanese and British typewriters have the plug-in on one side, whereas the American and European ones have it on the other side.
Really?
Yes.
Because of the time difference.
Well, not so much, but on which side of the road you drive.
And that.
I honestly have no idea.
Yeah.
I like the time difference. I'm going to go with that just to see people go.
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Okay. Yep, that's good.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's got one of
You,
those
Christoph.
awful correction ribbons in it though.
Oh, get that
Those
out.
black and white things.
Ugh.
Yep. One of those that leave dandruff everywhere.
Bye, Christoph.
Pretty much.
But it's okay to type on?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. It's just not the most inspiring typewriter to look at. But it was free, right?
It was.
Yeah,
You can't say no to free typewriters.
exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, when we're lucky enough to get one.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't get them that often.
I don't get them that often either, but it it works and can't complain.
Yeah.
It's got power return that doesn't send it into the next county.
Oh.
Good job.
Unlike
Oh.
unlike the Smith Corona that does.
That was
Oh.
nice, actually.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah,
It's
see,
really
that's
smooth.
That's really smooth. That's got like a brake on it or something like.
Yeah.
Either that or a lower gear reduction.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Have you seen the carriage return on the IBM Electromatics?
No.
Only
So-
only in the video with Lenore Fenton. She uses one in one of her videos. It's like, oh, it even has a repeat spacer on it.
Oh.
That wasn't one of the ones. Is that one of the ones that they were cleaning out the church and they said, "Oh, Diane likes these," or
No,
not one of those? No.
no. One was an Olympia SG1 and the other one was a Selectric 2. The Selectric is over at the local shop because I don't know squat about doing anything with those.
Right.
And it's like, they do this every day and it really probably just needs a clean.
Mm.
And well, I'm gonna see if they can get it done maybe in the next month or so here. I'm not gonna super rush it on them. I know they've got a buttload there to work on, but it's got an H and an L. I don't know what that. Oh, I guess that must be the
touch type.
like the tension that we were talking about earlier.
High and low.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
But anyway, yeah, it types reasonably well. Yeah, my Smith Corona classic, or not classic, Coronet 12, that's the one that sends it into the next county.
Yep.
Yeah, it has the cartridge, and yes. I used to practice with that thing on a metal typing table.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. That's why I said it sends it to the next county, and it's like I'd be sitting there with my headphones on listening to Culture Club while I type. While I practice my typing for my I took a college course. I was supposed to take it in high school, but through a series of events, I missed the first 2 days of high school, and I was not allowed. The class was full when I got back, and so they put me in a computer lab instead. And it's like, based on my grade, I was not supposed to be in there, but I was in there and I had fun and I learned a lot. But I later took the typing class like in night school or something as a junior in high school and at the community college, and that was fine too. But it's like I had to practice sometimes, so it was like on the weekends. My parents never complained that I was typing at 7 o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning. I'm not sure why they didn't, because they were still asleep, and my room was next to theirs. I don't know how they could have slept through that, but
different work ethic, different culture, different time.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if they actually slept through it or just laid there in bed and didn't complain.
I was nice with them.
Yeah.
If I start banging away on a typewriter at 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning, I'm gonna get like the heavens will come down upon me.
On one of our local radio stations, they have a jingle. Which goes, a public service announcement. Don't be the neighborhood mows your lawn at 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Gotta love summer.
Yeah. Yep.
That's true. Diane, if you were closer, they've got a wooden typewriter desk down here, the kind that it looks like a flat top, but you flip it up and the typewriter comes up.
Oh.
It went from 100 down to 30. I don't know if it's still here or not, but
my goodness.
I don't have
Smash
room
it up.
for it.
Oh, make room.
Yeah, right.
Dang, those are nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it works. I mean, there's
Yeah.
no jams. It's just real smooth. And I don't know. If somebody calls me if they want it. Down here in the middle of Texas, I don't know if they'd be worth the trip for them, but
Wow.
but it's a nice one. I hate to see it. And the handles are wooden, the poles are wooden.
Mhm.
It's just it's a nice one.
Yeah.
Hey, I didn't share my find today.
Oh.
Yeah, Rich. Oh, Royal Quiet Deluxe.
Oh my goodness.
1948.
Wikipedia.
Just the one William was just talking about.
Yep.
I can get this case open.
With the
Great magic.
with the single chrome trim across the front edge, which has the ribbon reverse and ribbon color selector.
Okay, who's gonna guess black type bar or gray? Oh, black type bar or space bar.
Yep, and that's a Dreyfus industrial design.
Yeah.
Nice.
Pretty clean.
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah.
Tombstone keys.
How does
And
it type?
It types good. The A is a little sluggish. It sticks at the top, so I guess I just got to clean it.
Yeah.
But everything else seems functional. It doesn't feel gunky otherwise. It
That's
looks like it's not gunky, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Is that your first Quiet Deluxe?
I think so. And
Okay.
I was just, we got home right before this started, but I was just looking at my inventory on Excel, and this is number 50 actually.
Oh, congratulations.
But that includes, some might question whether a Hemingway is a typewriter, which I include that. So because I like it.
Yeah.
But, I don't think I have one of these. Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
We just watched part 3 of the Hemingway documentary for the last few days, and the pictures of Hemingway actually in front of a typewriter had the round glass keys with the rectangular shift keys, either on the portable or the desk model. So I would narrow it down to a fairly narrow time period.
That's the earlier. That's the pre-Dreyfus one, the 1940 start. Before the Dreyfus, the rounded body one.
There's several typewriters at the Hemingway house down in the Keys. And I can't remember how many are down there. I think I remember seeing there was like one on the desk, and there was a couple in a cabinet. There might have been something I missed. I don't remember.
Who is it that usually joins us from Key West? Is it Neil McMichael or
Neil McMichael? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll have to get him to go out and about during one of our meetings.
Yeah. Do a field trip while we all follow along.
Yeah.
So what was funny about this deal, this man walked up to me. It was on the air conditioned part of this flea market. And this man walked up to me and said, you can have that for $50. And I thought about it, and I looked how clean it was. I thought that's probably a good deal. Still on the fence, but because I don't need any more typewriters. But then as I looked at it and studied it and stuck a piece of paper I had in my pocket to see how this other lady walks out, and she goes, if you like that, it's $150. And I said, well, the man that just walked up to me said $50. Are you sure he said 50? I said, yeah, that's what he said. So she left, and she comes back, and I could hear them talking. Did you tell him $50? Yeah, $50. She was walking back to me, and she goes, yeah, it's $50. So,
at least they honored it.
Yeah, one of them too is the owner. I don't know. It sounded like she was supposed to be in charge though, and so so I took $45 out of my wallet, had 45 in cash, and went to hand him that, and it goes, no, it's got to be 50. But I think I got him in trouble.
Well, if he came down from 150, he wasn't going to budge on that last $5, Rich.
I felt guilty, but I had to, because that's 10%, and that's common practice in those places. Go down 10%.
Yeah.
And I know his wife was standing next to him when I, so I know he wasn't going to go down lower.
Yeah.
That it was. I think because it was working so good and it was so clean, I decided to do that.
Is it Pika or Elite?
Elite.
Nice.
Yeah.
Have you noticed any skipping with it?
No.
Okay.
No, we were just walking.
No.
Yeah.
Amazing.
You knew you were going to get a smart ass answer there.
Well, I didn't, I didn't try it out completely, because every word I wanted to use had an A in it, and that A kept getting stuck. So we'll work on this at home. But it looked like it was, the rest of it was working good. What do they have skipping problems?
They have some finicky escapements depending on their cleanliness and how your own particular typing style is. So sometimes they can pile letters, crowd, or just skip over certain things, especially on the E's and the A's for some reason. If they fall out of adjustment a little easier, I think, than other models.
So usually it's an adjustment?
It's typing style, I think, more than anything, William. I don't know if you'll agree, but I've serviced perfectly good Royal Quiet Deluxes that are in great shape and are clean and just like they were, but people still skip because they're not consistent in their typing rhythm.
Yeah,
and if you sort of hit things hard and then go light, that will cause that escapement to sort of jump a bit and then skip through some letters.
Interesting. Well, thanks for the advance warning.
The other thing I've taken to doing is to use my left ring finger for the Q, the A, and the Z, as opposed to my pinky. The ring finger has a little more strength in it. It slows me down a bit, but it makes each stroke a little more deliberate.
Yeah.
So, any idea of the hardness of the platen there?
I don't think it was hard, but I'd have to.
Well, I've been teaching myself how to do the shore. I do this now. That's about an 84.
I've just got myself a durometer, but I need to get used to like what the readings mean. Is there like any kind of official guide of what's
like bounce a quarter off it or something?
Because I've been using my fingernail until just recently when I got this durometer, but I haven't used it. Like I keep forgetting to use it because I've just got it.
Okay, William, but you better explain it.
All right, take me to school.
Okay, I had a couple of platens recovered by JJ Short, and then my wife bought me a durometer for my Christmas present. I tested the hardness of the brand new platen from JJ Short, and my durometer read 92. So I emailed Peter Short, and he was saying that the typical hardness of the platens that they do is between 88 to 90. That is the perfect, well, that is the preferable hardness for a manual typewriter. And I told him, well, my durometer says 92, but I'd be more inclined to trust your professional judgment as opposed to a cheap Chinese durometer.
Yeah.
So I recalibrated my durometer to read 88, and now I feel it gives a much truer reading on other machines, because with nothing on it, the needle is between the 2 and the 3.
So is 92 harder than 90?
The Shaw A scale goes up to 100.
And the higher the number means harder or softer?
The higher the number, the harder the rubber.
Okay.
So 100 is like tile.
No, 100 is off the scale on the Shaw A. Then you go to the Shaw D, which is for testing harder rubber. The Shaw A durometer, the pin actually has a flat end with a surface area on it. The Shaw D has a point. And so the Shaw D reads much harder rubber, like a shopping cart wheel.
Okay.
It is way over a Shaw A 100, but is about a 70 Shaw D. Now, if you start using a Shaw D durometer to measure typewriter platen, you'll end up with little pinprick holes in your rubber, where the actual point sinks in. So if your Shaw A durometer goes full scale, you just know it's too hard, and using any other instrument is a moot point.
Well, this one feels like that's about a 91.
Okay. Now, the other thing to do is to press your thumbnail into the rubber. If your thumbnail leaves a small mark, which then disappears over the next 10 seconds, your rubber is perfectly supple. If the thumbnail mark stays, your rubber is starting to go. If you cannot make a thumbnail mark, your rubber is definitely hardened up.
And what if you break your thumbnail?
Well, then you press too hard on a rock hard platen.
And you've got to cut your nails.
Yeah.
All right, you've got me curious now, because I got this thing right before I left the States, and I used it on one machine that I had there, and then packed it away, and I forgot to take it out. So you mentioned it earlier. I went, oh wait, I haven't actually tested these machines I've just picked up. So now I've just got my durometer out, and I don't have anything to calibrate it against, so I'm just leaving it at 0.
Okay, apparently the correct way to calibrate a durometer is to find a piece of glass, make sure it's clean, make sure the bottom of the durometer is clean, press the durometer down on the piece of glass with a force of 1 kilogram, then set the dial to 100.
Oh, interesting. Glass.
Yes, because that's absolutely smooth and flat and has no give in it at all.
Yeah.
Well, this is interesting. I've got glass on the window here that's pretty clean already. I just pushed it against it, and this durometer is reading 100. So
okay, so
I guess that means that I can trust it.
It means that it's calibrated now as far as the strength of the spring, and if there's any dirt on the gear teeth or anything like that, it's kind of hard to say. Okay,
This is the one that I've got, by the way.
Electronic one, yes.
It's gonna be, yeah, and but again, it's probably a cheap Chinese one, but
yeah,
should do the trick.
The method I recommend is the method that I read on how to check the hardness of a tire. I'll just use a little tampon pot for now. Is to set the odometer at an angle, then press it down and rock it forward, then read the maximum reading as you rock it over. Do not do the same point twice, because that rubber may hold a bit of memory. Do it at 3 different points along the platen, quarter turn, 3 points, quarter turn, 3 points, then work out the average. That will give you the truest reading.
Why is it called a durometer?
The what?
Why is it called a durometer?
Duro, D-U-R-O, meter. Julie, why is a durometer called a durometer? My wife doesn't know either, and she's a walking Google.
Maybe Sean knows.
So, durable, what I would say is Google it.
I know.
Maybe just short for durability? I don't know.
Very possible.
Yeah.
Use Google. Use Google to find your favorite search engine, then go from there.
Yeah. Excellent.
So does that give you any sort of Dur means hard? There you go. It's a hard meter.
Okay.
Hardness meter.
Hardness meter, yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, now we're all going to run out and buy durometers.
I know, right?
Well,
Already
apparently, if somebody is selling a typewriter and you show up with a durometer and check the hardness of a button, it gets me nervous.
Yeah. Hey, they might come down in price. Oh, this guy knows what he's doing.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, we're a little after 1 o'clock, so I think we're gonna wrap up here.
Okay, well, good chatting with you. Thanks for hanging around here.
Yeah, definitely.
Say
Thank you for the
goodbye.
information, William.
On Type and Talk last night, Chris McElroy was saying we should rename this Typewriter Factory with William. No, those people know way more about this than I do.
Oh, but you always share good information though, and we appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. It's been a blast as always. We will see you next time.
Take care, people.
Thanks for hosting, Gregory.
You're welcome.
Thanks, everyone.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.